It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, April 13th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Beautiful Wednesday here in New York City. Wow, it's amazing. It feels finally like spring has sprung. Good vibes all around. And with that in mind, I do want to remind you, or actually let you know that this is our last show before our little break. We're taking a week off next week, spring break, Passover break, Easter break. And so this is a good time to reset, to gather with your loved ones. And it's also a great time to digest your show. Perhaps you want to break it up over the next few days so that you are not missing us next week. We're going to go out with a bang here. We'll be off Monday, Wednesday next week, and then we'll return for the following week, a big week in New York City, of course, with the Katie Taylor-Amanda Serrano fight descending upon the Big Apple. We'll be in the mix, and we'll have a lot to talk about then. Monday was a fun show on this program, my friends. One of those shows that I think we'll talk about for a long time. Alex, the great Volkanovski, was here. I didn't get salmonella. I did not get food poisoning. In fact, I was craving and dreaming of those great chicken wings for the next 24 hours. I mean, the salt and vinegars, the takis, the tekis. I mean, it was all just fantastic stuff. The man is legit, not only in the cage, but in the kitchen as well. And I thought I really helped him out a lot in a few of those spots with the mixing, with the pounding, with, you know, the paper towel work. It was a real 1-2 combo. And I thought we really took each other, we elevated each other's game. You know, I don't know if those wings taste as good without my help, my guidance, my assistance. And I enjoyed it immensely. And I'm glad all of you did as well. Thank you very much for all the great feedback. So 273, of course, in the books, but we'll still talk about it on today's program as we also look ahead to this weekend's action, because let me tell you, this weekend's action, fantastic, not only in the UFC, but in Bellator as well. GC with a hot take earlier today, telling me that he thinks the Bellator card is better than the UFC card. I think that's a hot take. You know, 2 title fights, $1 million, Pico. I don't know if it's as good as the UFC card this weekend. We'll talk more about that as the show rolls along. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but this program as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code TheMMAHour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. Now, back into the show as always on Wednesdays. You know how we like to do it. We'll answer your questions. ArielHelwani.substack.com is where you can leave said questions. There's already a ton, so we might have to cap it. But as you know here, it's no cap Wednesdays, so we probably don't cap it. 3:30 or so, we're going to be joined by GC, get his weekend picks, Bellator, UFC. Hey, we might even get next week. You know what? We didn't even talk about this because there's no show. Are we getting next week picks as well? Like, are we getting PFL picks? Are we getting UFC picks? Are we getting Errol Spence picks as well? I don't know. You never know with this guy. So we'll check in with G-City at around 3:30. At 3:05, we're going to be joined by Cub Swanson, veteran of the game, who found out some lovely news on Saturday night. His 2016 fight against Doo Ho Choi is going into the Hall of Fame. 2022, great induction class. Khabib a part of it, we found out recently. And Cub is going in there. Lovely story. So we'll talk to Cub Swanson about this, how he felt when he heard the news, and what's next for him. He is coming off a win. Remember, he wanted to fight Uriah Faber, so we'll check in with him. 2:30, the reigning defending UFC bantamweight champion, the Funk Master, Aljamain Sterling, is going to join us. First time on the program, of course, since Saturday's big win. Had Ray Longo on Monday. Now we get to talk to the Funk Master, who's back in New York and enjoying the spoils of his big win. So I look forward to that. 205, AJ McKee, the mercenary who defends his featherweight title Saturday against Patricio Pitbull, rematch of the great fight back in July. AJ McKee, rising star. It's been a long time since we saw him. We got to get rolling. We got to get moving. AJ McKee, one of the bright young stars in this sport, undefeated, will join us at 205. 145, the CEO of the PFL, the Professional Fighters League. Peter Murray is going to join us, talk about their new season kicking off next Wednesday. We're not around on Monday, so I wanted to have him on. Also, some of their news recently, the Kayla stuff, Cyborg stuff, the betting stuff that we talked about last week. We'll check in with Peter Murray at around 1:45. And one of my favorites, the Canadian Gangster, whose fanny pack is right over there, the great Olivier Aubin-Mercier, the pride of Quebec, will join us. He's a part of the PFL. He has a big fight coming up next week as well, so we'll check in with him. But first, I want to talk to one of the big stars from this past weekend. And you know, my friends, I've been talking about on this show, and people have asked me, who's the next great Canadian star? Where is that next big thing coming out of the Great White North? Where's the next GSP? Where's the next David the Crow Loazo? Where's the next Rory McDonald? We may have found that person. What a debut on Saturday as he knocked out McKee Gall in vicious fashion on the microphone. He was fantastic. In the post-fight press conference, he was fantastic. His name is proper Mike Malott, now undefeated in the UFC, of course, a Contender Series product, and he is kind enough to join us right now for the first time via the magic of Zoom. There he is. Proper Mike. I salute you, my friend.
Thanks for having me on, man. I've been wanting to be on here for a long time.
Well, it's so good to have you. And, you know, I love my fellow Canadians. Much respect. There will always be a soft spot in my heart for any Canadian fighter. But honestly, I have to say, we've been searching for that next big thing. Are you the next big thing? Are you the guy that us Canadian MMA fans have been looking for?
I mean, I'd sure like to be, man.
Let's
go. Focus one fight at a time, and the rest will take care of itself.
Don't give me this one fight at a time nonsense. Mike, you know that you are the next big thing. You just don't want to say it, right? You're giving me one of those hockey answers like your brother gives. We don't want no cliches here. You think you're the shit, right?
I mean, of course I think I'm the shit.
Yeah,
of course. I wouldn't be in this sport if I thought I was mediocre.
Who's behind you, by the way? What's that painting?
I think I'm at my girlfriend's house for the week, so I think this is like it's either just some art of some kids or them when they were kids. I'm not sure. Like it's her parents' house. So
okay, interesting. All right,
just hanging out with my friend over here.
Yeah. Where are you right now? You're in Ontario?
Yeah, I'm in London, Ontario right now.
Is that where you grew up?
No, my girlfriend lives here. So I grew up in Waterdown near Burlington. So I'm about 45 minutes from Toronto, but just having a forced relaxation week so I don't get tempted to go to the gym for a couple of days. So I'm staying with her.
Okay.
And hang out.
And why is your nickname Proper Mike?
I got it from Uriah. So I was down at Alpha Male for probably 2 months. And I already had a nickname when I first went down there. I started training with the team, and Campman called like a water break. He's like, all right, guys, go grab a drink. And while everyone went to the water fountain, I went to like the wall and just started drilling like the same thing that we were doing, trying to get it perfect. And Faber just said, Mike Malott over here, always keeping it proper. So we're going to have to call you Proper Mike. And then Feely heard it. I think he was standing right behind me and he heard it. He's like, dude, that's an amazing nickname. That's your nickname from now on. And, I didn't care so much at first. I was like, oh, I kind of already have one. But I'm not the guy that picks my own nicknames. Like, I don't want people, I'm not the guy who walks in and is like, you have to call me Dragon.
Yes.
Like, no, I think a nickname is what your friends call you, right? My friends call me Proper Mike. So I switched it over.
And what was your original nickname?
It was from a show called Workaholics. And the main character in that show, they called him at one time the main attraction. And my friends started we all watched it together. My college friends and jiu-jitsu friends out in Halifax started just calling me like Mike, the main attraction a lot. So I went with it. But
okay. I like Proper better. It just rolls.
A little more fitting.
Yeah, it just flows. Yeah. Now, when did you go to Alpha Male?
So I moved down March of 2015. So just over 7 years ago.
Wow. And so do you live there? Like, is that your home? Is Sacramento your home?
I've been splitting time. Before the pandemic, I was living there full time, then kind of just see how, pandemic made you rethink things, right? Like see how fragile things are and how things can change so quickly. I'm like, I want to be in Canada a lot more. Like I like Sacramento. Don't get me wrong. It's an awesome spot to live. I love the team. I love those guys, but I love Canada. I love living at home. I love being around my family. I feel like I just feed off the energy up here. And, so I've been spending a lot more time in Canada since the pandemic.
And why did you choose Alpha Male of all the places that you can go?
So the one thing that really stood out for me with Alpha Male, not just at the time, but when I was choosing, was how it feels like a big team. It looks like a big team. It's not just some gym where pros meet up to train and then they go their separate way and everything's kind of like business. It really feels like a college wrestling team. Like if something happened and for some reason I didn't fight anymore, or I didn't go down there anymore, those guys would be like my boys for the rest of my life. Like I could always go back there and have a good relationship with the alpha male guys.
And so I've read in interviews, and I've heard you say this as well over the past couple weeks, this is all you've wanted since around 2005, 2006. You wanted to make it to the UFC. I mean, that's a long time ago. That's almost 20 years ago. So could you tell us, when did this dream start and why did it start?
I remember the first fight I ever saw on TV, and I think it was Vitor Belfort versus Marvin Eastman.
Wow.
And the first time I saw it, it like absolutely blew me away that this was a sport. I've always kind of been drawn toward kind of, I guess, combat sports in a way, but boxing never really called to me in the same way. But as soon as I saw fighting, it spoke to me. I was like, I think after watching that fight, I was like, I'm going to do that for a living. Like, That's what I'm going to do. And I was just obsessed after that. And the only gym we had in town was like a family Taekwondo gym. Like Waterdown was a really small town when I was growing up there. So I was taking like Taekwondo when I could. And my jiu-jitsu coach at the time, he was a Taekwondo guy. He had a BJ Penn book, and I bought a Ken Shamrock and an Eddie Bravo textbook. And so we like would bring those in and just like drill moves. Like that was our jiu-jitsu class for like 3 years. And so yeah, I got obsessed right away and just like kept leveling up. Like met Crewellin, Helmajin right out of high school, right as soon as I graduated high school. Then moved out to Halifax and trained out there with Team Titans. Gavin Tucker's out there. Roger Hall was at that gym, so I had some good guys to train with out there. And then after I finished university, I was just like, I need a bigger gym with more bodies. And at the time I was a featherweight. I looked at where I thought probably the best fighters were for that weight class. So Alpha Male made sense. Right as I was looking for a gym, Alpha Male announced that Martin Campton was taking over the team for coaching. And I was like, what better fit for me? Like that guy is almost, at the time, was like a carbon copy. I was like a carbon copy of Martin Campman. I'm like a kickboxer with jiu-jitsu. My weakness at the time was wrestlers. I'm like, I can learn how to be me from a guy who does it super well, and I can try it out against basically like my biggest weakness is wrestlers, and then I can also learn to round myself out with high-level wrestling. I'm like, this is a perfect fit. So moved down to the team, and I've absolutely loved it ever since.
Those early UFC events in Canada, like the 129 event in Toronto, the Montreal events, did you ever go to any of those?
Yeah, which was 129 GSP and Shields.
Yeah, at the Sky Dome.
Yeah, I was at that one.
Wow.
That was amazing. That was like 2 weeks after I made my pro debut too. So I was like, I'm going to be in here someday. Like this is going to happen. You know, I just had my first fight. So I was on cloud 9. That's
amazing. Yeah, I always love to hear those stories of the people who were in the rafters for those early days events, and now that they're fighting in the UFC and seeing it all come to fruition. But it didn't happen overnight for you. You had to go the Contender Series route and all that. Was there ever a point where you thought the dream would never come to fruition? Did you ever lose hope?
Yes, not that I lost hope. I lost drive. So I got to a point in 2017, end of 2017, where I don't know if it was just burnt out from years of like, I was singularly focused throughout kind of 13 to 26. Even when I was in college, like I joke about how I got my bachelor's degree in business, but I got my master's in fighting. Like I skipped class almost every day to go to the gym, go in and spar with Gavin Tucker in the mornings, go hit mitts, go hit the bag, and then come back and train at night. Like I was not a good college student at all. I got through, but I was studying fighting while I was in college. And, things changed. I had some injuries at the time that, had been worrisome. And I just got into a point where I wasn't excited by the prospect of fighting anymore. I was looking for a fight. My manager was saying, hey, we could probably get a fight on this date in California. I'm like, okay, cool. Take this fight, win this fight, then maybe go to the UFC. And I got to the point where fighting in the UFC didn't excite me anymore. It was just like the next thing to do because this is what I do. So I talked to Uriah and Danny Castillo about it. And I was like, look, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I don't know if this is a break or if I'm done. And they were like, well, one of the head coaches is leaving. No one knows it yet, but he leaves in a month after, I think, Cynthia Calvillo fought. After her last, fight, he was leaving. And he's like, well, if you want that guy's fighters, like you're a good kickboxer, you got a good, well-rounded game. If you want to just jump on as a coach, we've got you. So it just fell into my lap at the perfect time. And so I was able to stay heavily involved in MMA, spending all day at the gym, either training jiu-jitsu and wrestling for myself or holding mitts for my guys or sparring with the guys, whatever. I was still heavily involved in fighting. And that time kind of gave me the opportunity for my MMA IQ to grow, for me to mature, for me to get more comfortable with fighting and traveling and these big events and see how things go on in the background. Like the time I spent coaching prepared me so much for this debut, and that I had really already done that week 20 times. It was my debut, but I'd already done that week probably 20 times. Right. So it didn't feel like some new thing where everything was overwhelming. I'm like at these events saying hi to people I already know. I knew exactly what to expect. I felt like a veteran in there, even though it was my debut.
And you look like a veteran. What a tremendous win. By the way, your brother in the Winnipeg Jets system, did you ever consider going down the hockey route as well?
Oh, dude, that was the original goal. I just sucked at hockey.
That is
I was okay locally, but like as far as going pro or getting a scholarship or something, like that would never have happened. But my brother was always a killer.
So you get the incredible win, and obviously, I mean, the win, the knockout, everything was spectacular, but you got almost more attention for what you said afterwards, shouting out, your coach's situation, Joey Rodriguez, his daughter, battling cancer. And I believe when you gave him a shout out and gave the GoFundMe link a shout out, it was at around like 54,000 or so. And what is it? It's well over 100,000 now, right? Do you know what it's at right now?
I checked right before we got on here, and it's just under 113.
That's crazy.
So it's up. Yeah, it's up about 60 grand since the fight.
Amazing. What could you even describe what the last few days have been like, and especially those 24 hours? Yeah, I mean, even probably like those 12 hours after the fight, when you're, on a big card with a lot of big names, you were the talk of the town. Like your story had exploded, and his story had exploded, and everything. You're a guy living in a somewhat obscurity, right? Trying to make it to the UFC, and now all of a sudden, everyone's talking about you.
It was pretty cool. I don't really use Reddit much, but I had some friends send me some screenshots like, dude, I just went on Reddit and you're trending. Like, oh, that's pretty cool. I hadn't really told anyone. I told my girlfriend and I think my dad that I was planning on shouting them out in the cage, shouting Joey out in the cage, but I didn't tell anyone that I was going to donate my purse or my show money, excuse me. But I just thought, it had already made, like you said, like 54 or something like that, $1,000 for the Rodriguez family. But I was like, you know what, let's try one more kick. If I go on and, I win my fight, if I donate 10 grand, maybe if a bunch of people see it, we'll get another 10 grand from fans. That's another $20,000 for the Rodriguez family, just to give them a little more comfort in this fight. And I saw a post, someone showed me a post after I got out of the cage, and it was like, in 13 minutes, it's earned $13,000. So it immediately earned way more than I thought it would. And I think it's, like you said, up like $60,000 or something like that, up a lot. So I did not expect this kind of response.
What did Joey say to you when he spoke to you for the first time after all of this?
We've just been texting a little bit. He seems grateful, not trying to pester him or anything. I know he's going through a lot. And like, it's tough to be like excited about this.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like as much as it's going to help, it's still like, okay, now we're preparing for like the biggest fight of his family's life. It's not like oh great, we solved everything, but the people helping with the donations have really stacked the odds in that family's favor. So, I think he's quite grateful for everybody's donations.
And your post-fight press conference was hard to watch at times. It was very emotional. You were very emotional because this topic hits close to home. Your sister has battled through something similar. To share your story like this, to like kind of let it all out on the biggest stage possible. What has the reception been like for that? Because I would imagine a lot of people have been reaching out to you about not only Joey's story, but your personal story as well.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people reach out. Like it's been really an emotional couple of days, because a lot of the fans that have reached out, or a lot of the people who watched the interview or the fight, have reached out and told me their stories too. Like, hey man, that meant a lot to me because my mother's been going through this, or I lost my brother or my uncle. So it's just been like reading these emotional messages. Like it's heavy stuff, but it makes me feel amazing that I've been able to kind of make those people feel heard as well, or make those people feel understood like that. That's made me feel really incredible, almost as much as the win itself, you know?
Man, I can't imagine. Like, these stories are so great where someone just kind of arrives on the scene. I know you were on Contender Series and that was great, and you were emotional Contender Series as well, but to do it on a big stage there.
We got a pattern going here, bud.
Are you an emotional guy?
Oh, dude, I'm a big, that will not be the last time you see me cry in or out of the cage.
I love it. I'm an emotional guy too. I think people can relate to that and respect you for that. But just to see someone kind of burst on the scene with a knockout like that, were you expecting that kind of finish? Like, did you feel like you could finish McKee, and did you feel like you could have a big time performance? Did you like the matchup?
I loved the matchup. I knew he was tough as hell. I know no one's knocked him out before, even though he's fought hitters like Mike Perry and some other high level guys. But I don't know. I really thought I could knock him out. You know, I know I've got power in my hands. I know I hit hard. I know I've got good timing. And he comes forward aggressively. Some fights, you got to be the guy pressing forward and picking a guy apart. This one, I really thought, I know he's willing to get in a slugfest, right? He's not a coward. He doesn't cower away from fights at all. If it comes down to it, he'll bite down on his mouthpiece and swing. But in doing that, he leaves holes here and there. His chin's a little bit higher. His hands will drop at times. So I knew I could find the chin. I found it a few times and wobbled him, and he's tough as hell, man. He could take a serious shot. Like everyone else I've ever fought that I've hit with shots like that, they've sat down. So respect to him for being able to take it. But I was like, okay, you know what? You've landed those shots 3, 4, 5 times so far. You'll land them again. One of them will put him down, or it'll just keep adding up, you know?
It was really cool to see Dana White afterwards say, you can keep the money. He's going to donate as well. Jake Paul donating through his charity, Boxing Bullies. After, when you saw, like, when the dust settled a little bit and a few hours later, this stuff starts to come out, what was that like?
That was pretty awesome. It's cool. I didn't expect the amount of awareness it would draw, the amount of publicity it would draw. It's just, I wanted to see if we could get some more cash for, this fight for the Rodriguez family. But it was pretty cool to see the amount of people that have mentioned it or shared it or made donations or just brought it up.
So when would you like to return?
So I've heard rumors.
Oh,
I'm not sure if it's something I can talk about as far as like the UFC coming to Canada for dates or anything, but I've heard at some point this year they're coming to Canada. If they came to Toronto, that would be absolutely amazing. But wherever it is in Canada, I want on that card. I've heard it's going to be in the fall. I want on that card. I think running out with my blood-soaked Canadian flag on my back with Fat Lip by Sum 41 blaring from the speakers, I think that'd be a pretty sweet moment.
Why do you pick that song?
It just reminds me, because sometimes I just like anybody else, sometimes like moments get to you, or you lose focus of things, like can't see the forest from the trees type thing. Like you think about what this fight means as far as opportunities or pressure or this and that. And that song just kind of brings me back to being just like a high school kid who liked to scrap. And it's just like, dude, when you were 13 years old, when you're 14, 15, if you could see this moment, you'd be absolutely blown away. You wouldn't be thinking about the pressure. You wouldn't be thinking about the money. You wouldn't be thinking about any of this other stuff. You'd just be proud of yourself. So that song brings me back to just being like a high school kid in a small town who's down to scrap,
Watching Much Music, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. Shout out to Much Music. Is Much Music still around? They still have a channel? They do, right?
I would imagine so, dude. I haven't used cable in how long? I don't know how long.
We used to watch Musique Plus in Quebec. I don't know if you know about Musique Plus, but we had Much Music and Musique Plus. Those are great memories. And I would love to see you fight in Canada because, like I said, we've been searching for someone like you with your type of style and your interviews and the fightings, all that stuff. Do you have an opponent in mind for if there is this Canadian debut for you in the UFC? Do you have a perfect opponent? If you can script it, who would you choose?
Well, I had some opponents I gave to the UFC before my debut, and I'd still be okay with fighting any of those guys. But I think I set the bar too low with those because I did not expect a Mickey Gall right off the bat. I expected a Mickey Gall like 3 fights in. I thought it'd be another Contender kid or an Ultimate Fighter veteran or something like that, right? A newer guy, kind of like me. I did not expect a Mickey Gall right off the bat. So I'm like, I don't know what they want from me. This is ahead of where I thought I was going to be. So I don't have an opponent picked out right now. I just have that dream of fighting in Canada and carrying the Canadian flag into the arena and getting another either big knockout or big submission.
I love it. Well, great to meet you for the first time. Continued success. We're pulling for you, and keep flying that flag proudly and very high. Beautiful stuff on Saturday. Like I said, in the fight itself and especially afterwards. I mean, you nailed the whole thing. 10 on 10, even before you got to the GoFundMe, the post-fight interview was fantastic. So well done, Mike. Thank you so much. And by the way, it's a bit of a French name. I feel like I want to say like Malott or something like that. Is there any French there? Because they always anglicize these names, but it is kind of French, right?
It was French originally. Yeah, there used to be an E on the end of it, apparently, before my ancestors, I guess, migrated out of France.
Okay, but you go with Malott.
Yeah, Malott, yeah.
All right. All the best to you, my friend. Thank you so much for doing this. Congrats again. Enjoy the time off, and I hope you get that fight in Canada later this year.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me on. I appreciate it.
All right, there he is. Remember that name. Proper Mike Malott, big-time prospect, 8-1-1, has been grinding away since 2011, April 16th of 2011, grinding away. By the way, one loss on his record to Hakeem Dawoudou back in the World Series of Fighting days, way back in the Dizzle. Contender Series product, won back in October, gets a shot in the UFC and comes up big, really big. Great performance. His brother Jeff, member of the Winnipeg Jets organization, has played for the Jets, played in their minor league system as well. And so I guess, their parents, they raised some good kids, some good Canadian boys. One's a fighter, one's a hockey player. Tremendous stuff. So I am looking forward to seeing him rise up the ranks. That is going to be a lot of fun. And I think he's a name to watch. Like I said, we need more young Canadian talent in this sport. We need more young, up-and-coming Canadian talent in this sport, without a doubt. Speaking of which, I got a little Canadian flavor to start off today's program. So we talked to one who just debuted in the UFC this past weekend. Let's talk to one who has fought in the UFC and who is returning to action next week, exactly a week from today, April 20th to be exact. First PFL event of their 2022 season. Big time fight for him, going up against Natan Schulte, who's had a ton of success in the PFL. He's our old friend, the Canadian Gangster himself, Olivier Aubin-Mercier. There he is. OAM. Salut.
Comment ça va?
Ça va très bien, et vous?
Ouais, ça va bien. But Ariel, there won't be any other Canadian fighter. This is the last generation. I'm telling you.
Why?
Because the government stopped us from training.
This is it?
Nobody's training MMA anymore. In Quebec, amateur MMA is illegal. Think about that. There's going to be nobody. Every amateur in Quebec have to go to Ontario, have to go to the US. They have to pay $1,000 to fight amateur. It makes no sense. No sense. There's going to be no next generation fighter in Quebec.
That's horrible. Why did they change the rules?
I'm pretty sure it's because there was kind of a war in between two amateur shows, and each amateur show was calling the police officer on the other show. So everybody said, okay, that's it. No more amateur show. So right now in Quebec, it's not accepted to do an amateur show. It's not accepted to do jiu-jitsu, like a tournament, jiu-jitsu tournament. It's not accepted in Quebec.
Wow.
Yeah, bro. Like, I don't know how we're going to do it. Anyway, in Quebec, probably in the rest of Canada, there's going to be other fighters. But here, to be a fighter in Quebec, it's it's a pain in the ass, especially the last 2 years.
Yeah, I know, especially the last year. So how has it been for you training the last 2 years? I know you had to quarantine and do all that stuff last year. Luckily, you don't have to do that this time. But, the gym and all that, have you been able to properly train for this fight?
For this one, yeah, for sure.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, no, everything was open. I don't want to say I think everything was open, even with Omicron.
Yeah.
If it was not open or not supposed to be open, it was not open. So
Got it.
I'm not sure.
I understand.
But yeah, I train. It was one of the best training camp I had for the last 2 years. I mean, the last 2 fights I did in PFL was it was such a weird vibe to get in the gym like a villain, a little bit like with in the back. So it was something else. But at the same time, I finally felt like a gangster this time. So it was fun. Right. It was fun for 2 years.
That's right. I mean, you call yourself the Canadian Gangster, you might as well act like one. About time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Did you ever consider leaving? Just going to move to the United States and training there where there were, the rules were a little more relaxed?
Bro, I would have been gone for a long time if I didn't have a daughter. I have a daughter here in Canada, so no way I was going to move. But I trained maybe for 1 month in Puerto Rico. I actually trained with Roger Ver in Antigua.
Wow.
Roger Ver is it's like a big crypto guy who's doing jiu-jitsu. And since it was illegal to do jiu-jitsu at that point where he decided to fly some guy from Montreal. We took a private jet, went to the island of Antigua. We trained with him for a month. It was really fun. It was kind of like a dream.
Wow. And I know you're big into the crypto stuff, the Bitcoin stuff. In fact, you can have one sponsor, right? In PFL on your shirt, and you put. I will admit to you, Olivier, I know nothing of this stuff, but so please, pardon me if I sound stupid, but I guess there's what is that code thing? What am I? The QR code. Yeah, QR code.
Yeah. So my last 2 fights, I had a QR code on my shirt, so people could. They were able to send me some Bitcoin if they were happy with my performance. And I actually I think I made $6,000 with that.
Not bad.
Yeah. So it was really good. And at that point, Bitcoin, I think, was at 30K. So it got up, of course. But yeah, it really worked. And actually now freaking UFC took the idea.
Did they really? Oh, with their thing, with their the fan thing. Yes. Well, of course, they take everyone's idea.
They kind of did, but not really. My thing was really I had a QR code. So if people would have bet on me or something, and they were happy with my performance, they were able to send me some tip. And yeah, I was really happy how it worked. And I mean, like I said, 6,000 is it's pretty good money, especially at that point. I mean, at that point, it was really hard to get sponsor,
right?
Because again, of everything. And I was really happy. But for this fight, I won't have it. I will have actually one of my friend. Maybe you know him. He's from Montreal. Mike Ward. He's a comic. You have a big.
Oh yes. I know him. Yeah. Or of him.
The one who was in court.
Yes. So he's sponsoring you?
Yeah, he's sponsoring me. He's sponsoring my front and my back.
Wow.
And we trying to make his logo pass though. I hope PFL is gonna accept. So it's basically a logo of him getting his face pushed towards my odd balls. Okay. So let's hope it works. But yeah, he was really happy to pay for the sponsor just for a good joke.
Now, why don't you just keep the QR code and post it on your social media and people could still give you tips that way?
Yeah, exactly. So that's the plan. I'm going to put it on my social media instead of my shirt because to be honest, the QR code on my shirt didn't work. So anyway, it was not really working. So it was working when it was on my social media.
Got it.
And so it was more to advertise the QR code. So now that people kind of know, I'm gonna just put it on my social media, and if anybody is willing, they can tip me for my next fight.
Now, you had 2 fights in PFL, right? This after leaving the UFC. You were actually supposed to fight Natan Schulte, but the fight fell through. Overall, you went 2-0, so good start. Were you happy with the experience? Happy with PFL? How they treated you? Obviously, they're a newer organization. How would you describe the experience so far in the first 2 fights?
Yeah, the team is really great. I really like PFL. It was such a blast to fight for them. There is some. It's a hard organization to be in because you have to fight a lot in a really small amount of time. So other than that, I think it was really good. I may have a little bit. I was a little bit mad at them actually in the beginning. I will be honest.
Tell us.
Because I don't know if you remember, but I hurt myself.
Yeah.
For the first fight, and actually when I hurt myself, I told them, oh, maybe like the doctor don't want me to fight the day of the event, but 2 weeks after it would be good. So if you want to just put me 2 weeks after, I would be able to fight and everything. And they say, you know what? No, because every event there is a weight division, so it won't be possible. And I was like, oh, you know what? Like, it's fair. The rule are for everybody. But then the second fight, Petr didn't make his weight, and he got moved 2 weeks after. I was like, what the heck is that?
Yeah.
What the heck is that? So I think that's the only thing I have to say. Anything bad I have to say for PFL, but other than that, everything was great. I mean, the show was great. I had so much fun with the crew over there, and I mean the show was fun. Everything was fun about that. It was more a little family. I really liked the vibe there.
After leaving the UFC, was it hard to find the next spot? Like, did you feel, like there was a time where people were saying you're going to be the next GSP, and there was a lot of pressure put on your shoulders. Did you want to keep going? Did you need to take a break? How did you feel in those months afterwards?
It was tough. That's for sure. I knew I still got it, but it was really tough. And then, I got signed by PFL. I did an interview with you. I was in Costa Rica at that time.
Yeah.
And then a week after, COVID happened. So it was a tough 2 years. I was what, 31 at that point, 30 at that point. So you kind of see the times going, starting to pass. And I always been open about that, but I'm not sure I want to fight until 37, 38. I think at 35, I'm going to be gone,
Wow.
So I was seeing the time passing. I was a little bit scared. I got hurt, like I said. My last fight, I was kind of thinking, oh, maybe I'm getting old, But yeah, for sure you have to think about those things. You don't want to be the fighters that's gonna do like the one fight too much,
Yeah.
or fight for bare knuckle fighting or something like this.
You don't want to do that?
No disrespect.
You're not a bare knuckle guy?
But, what's that?
You're not a bare knuckle guy?
No, I don't think so. Not yet. Maybe after 35.
That's right. And what would you do? Like, what do you think you'll do after 35? You're still so young.
I really don't know. A lot of people are asking me that question. I know a lot of people in Montreal want me to do some TV or stuff like that. And to be honest, I don't know. I never found anything that made me happy like MMA, So it's a hard. I think it's gonna be a hard hand of a career, I think I'm gonna have a hard time, but I'm gonna have to do it, and I have to find a new passion.
Do you have regrets about the end of your UFC run?
Do I have regrets? Not really. I mean, I fought Gilbert Burns. I mean, I fought Arman Tsarukyan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So two really, really hard fights. I mean, I do think I could have won some of those fights. I do think I did some mistake during those fights, but no, I have no regrets. I mean, I'm proud of what I did. Yeah.
You know, we still represent you over here. You know this, right? Right over here.
Oh shit! You have my fanny pack.
I still got it, Olivier. We haven't forgotten about you.
Oh, my
I still
God.
got it. I still got it. You don't rock this anymore, though. I don't see you rocking it.
No, I don't.
Come on. This is one of the best things that the Reebok deal ever produced. They gave you the shirt. You had the mustache. I mean, look at this. Look at this thing right here. I mean, this was amazing. The Canadian Gangster. You had your own custom shirt. They got behind you big time, right?
Yeah, Reebok was. It was pretty funny actually, because I remember during the Reebok time, I think they had some trouble with everything with the UFC, you know.
Yes.
And one of I think they changed kind of who was in charge of the Reebok deal.
Yeah.
And the guy who was in charge like saw my stuff, and he was like, "Dude, that's too funny not to do something about that," you know. So it's actually that guy who did the design and everything. Like it was pretty funny because it was poorly drawn. Like it was looked like some kids did it, you know, but it was good because it was the style of it. And actually we did a video. I don't know if you remember, there was a video about the fanny pack.
Oh yeah.
With the big orange.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, this video I did it 100%. So I produced it.
Yeah.
I did everything. You know, I even like I was working in multimedia before, so I did everything with that video. So they were really, really happy. And I remember that you said it was a slam dunk. So I was really happy about that.
Yeah.
I was really proud of this.
No, you've done a great job of promoting yourself, of sticking out, and I think you're a great addition to the PFL. And why can't you win the $1 million? What do you think? I mean, this would be life-changing stuff, right? In addition to your purse, you could win $1 million this year with this tournament. Now, their 55 division is a pretty solid one, arguably their best. But what's
I think it's the best.
Yeah, I would say it's their best as well. What do you think the chances are? How's your confidence going into this?
I'm pretty confident. I really think that last year I would have won the tournament. Like I said, unfortunately, I got hurt in the first fight. And how it's working in PFL, if you are hurt, they took a 1 point for you. So I was not able to do the tournament.
Yeah.
So I do think I could have won the last year, but I think this year is going to be tough. But I think it's really possible. I think I have a tough matchup against Natan Schulte.
Yeah.
But still, I'm really confident. You know.
You like the format? You like the season thing and the points and all that? It's a little different. It's their own thing. How do you feel about it as someone who's been a part of the old school formats of MMA, so to speak?
I think for an athlete, it's not the best. Like I said, I think last year's I got a little bit played, but I think for people watching the show, it's really good. I mean, it's fun, you know. There's a lot of plot twists in that kind of stuff. So I think for the viewer, it's really, really good. For the athlete, I think it's a little bit harder. But yeah, I do like it. I think it's a lot different to fight in PFL than in the UFC. I think you have to be smarter to fight in PFL. No disrespect, but it's different. You know, I think you have to do the first camp of PFL to be a hard one, and the other one to be a smart one. You know, I know I sound a little bit like GSP right now, but but yeah, I think that's the way to go.
I love it. By the way, do you live in Montreal or do you live outside of Montreal?
I live in Montreal, yeah.
Okay. Have you been to the Julep lately?
No, I mean, no,
Come
I'm
on.
trying to lose weight.
I get it.
Like
What about Joe Beef?
I'm watching food porn right now, and I'm sad.
What about Joe Beef? Is it open?
Yeah, Joe Beef is open right now.
It's
yeah.
open. Okay. Everything's open, right? Everything.
Yeah, so I have this list of restaurants I'm gonna do after my fight.
What's number one?
What's number one? I really like Beba these days. So Beba, it's like in Verdun.
Okay.
So
What kind of food?
I'm looking to go there. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go to Europea too,
Okay.
but maybe not for the good reason.
Have you been to
So I'm looking forward to that.
Have you been to Notre Boeuf de Grasse?
No, I think you should send the name to me, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna go there for sure.
That's my friend's restaurant. Great burgers. They have an NDG and a bunch of other places. Yeah.
I love hamburgers, and I didn't eat a hamburger for 2 months. So yeah, I would be willing to go there.
I had a whole thing with a guy, Kevin Owens. You know Kevin Owens, the wrestler?
No?
There's a famous wrestler from Marieville in Quebec named Kevin Owens. Kevin
Like
Steen.
WWE or
Yeah. WWE. He's big. He's very famous, and he went to the restaurant. We had a whole thing, but now we've squashed the beef, so it's we don't need to get into it and everything. But anyway, you should go check it out. And when you do, GSP likes it very much. He goes there all the time.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Well, are you sure? Because never talked about that.
Well, we're very close, GSP and I. So maybe we're not. Maybe you're not as close to him as I am to him. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, great to catch up with you, Olivier. I'm looking forward to this. April 20th in Arlington, Texas. I was just there in Arlington for WrestleMania. I saw the arena that you're competing in. It's a very nice arena, the esports arena over there. So it's a great little part of the town over there in Arlington. So good luck to you. Big fight against Natan Schulte. I wish you the best, and I hope you get that $1 million, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Great to talk to you. And by the way, I noticed you didn't text me back when I texted you last night. No hard feelings, but it seems like you've changed.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, Olivier.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. There he is, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, former UFC fighter. There was a lot of buzz, a lot of high hopes about him in the UFC. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out, but it has panned out so far for him in the PFL. 2-0 last year. Unfortunately, he had to pull out of his first fight almost exactly a year ago, April 23rd. And he beat Marcin Held. He beat Daryl Horcher, two former UFC vets. Supposed to fight Natan Schulte in August. Schulte pulled out, and now he's getting to fight him. First fight of the 2022 campaign. So I'm looking forward to that very much. And that goes down next Wednesday. And it's a nice little card. Excuse me. Nice little card that will air on ESPN. Headlined by Clay Collard versus Jeremy Stevens. Don Madge on the card. Josh Silveira. So a lot to like there. That's next Wednesday. A man who knows a lot about what's going on next Wednesday. First show back for the PFL. Of course, they've been doing the Challengers shows on Fubo TV. Now they're back with the regular season events on ESPN. CEO of the PFL, the one and only Peter Murray, kind enough to join us. Let's go back to the Zoom machine and say hello to Mr. Murray. Hello, Peter. How are you?
Ariel, great to see you. Thanks for having me on today. Appreciate it.
Great to have you on. A lot of exciting things going on for the PFL as you guys are set to debut exactly a week from this afternoon. So that is very exciting, I'm sure. First things first, congrats on re-upping with ESPN. I know that was a huge deal for the organization. Could I ask, how close were you to maybe going elsewhere? How did it all go down? Because this stuff fascinates me. Can you give us a little peek behind the curtain?
Sure. No, I mean, our goal is always to continue with ESPN. I mean, they are the worldwide leader in sports. They're the destination of MMA. We're really proud. This is our 4th official season this year, our 3rd year on ESPN. And our goal was always to continue and grow with ESPN to help grow the sport, obviously grow the PFL as a league and provide, more content and access to great events for fans on their platforms. And what was really important to us, Ariel, is more visibility of the PFL. And ESPN really leaned in 8 of our 10 events this season will be on simulcast on ESPN main network, as well as ESPN Plus. So, last year we had most of our events on ESPN2, which was great. But we're really excited to be on ESPN proper this year. So, much more visibility on their platforms.
So it felt like a lot of activity over the quote unquote off season for you guys. And I'm not trying to diminish any of those things, but for us here, it felt like there were 2 big things, to watch how they unfold. 1, the TV deal, and 2, the Kayla Harrison situation. In the end, they both worked out. You stay with ESPN, you re-sign Kayla Harrison. But as we reported many times, it got a little interesting there towards the end with Bellator getting involved. Your perspective on how it all played out, and were you happy ultimately with the deal that you struck with Kayla? Because, of course, when someone comes in and matches, then things start to get really interesting.
Yeah, hey, it was, like every athlete, athletes have options. And, in the end, our goal not only was to re-sign with ESPN, but as you said, was to continue with Kayla. And we were very thoughtful in how we approached that, with Kayla directly and with her management. And listen, as one of the most dominant fighters in the sport today, of course there was interest in the marketplace with competitors. But in the end, we struck the right deal and got to the right place. I'm really excited that she's going to continue with the season this year. And she'll be in our 3rd event, tied to the first half of the season. So 3 weeks or 4 weeks from today. Mm-hmm. And beyond the season. And again, I will tell you in terms of the competition on the overall roster, what Ray Sefo, our president of fighter operations, and his team put together, year over year, the quality of our roster continues to elevate in our view. And same for Kayla. To fight, have the opportunity or the option to fight 4 times within 7 months, including the championship. It's not an easy task for any athlete, including Kayla, although she's still undefeated. She's a 2-time, she's a 2-time champion. But I think this season will be her toughest test yet within our format. And then longer term, we have opportunities to put on some big fights with Kayla in pay-per-view.
With that, obviously it's hard to know what everyone makes, but is it an accurate statement to say that she might be the highest paid female in MMA right now?
Listen, she's certainly one of the top, paid, women in the sport today for sure. I'm not privy to other deals, but, listen, she's an incredible athlete and human being. And, we're supporting her journey, and she's playing a role in continuing to build the PFL. And we're excited about it. And not just about Kayla, but all the other athletes who are returning. We have 9 returning champions, current champions from last season and prior champions returning to, the PFL in the season, including Ray Cooper, who, as many say, is one of the hardest hitting welterweights in the game, one of the top Hawaiian fighters, and he's got something to prove. So I'm really excited about that. Other storylines, Anthony Pettis, redemption. And he now has something to prove. And I've talked to Anthony recently. He's training hard. He's approaching this season a lot differently than his first season with the PFL because it was a wake-up call. Really was a wake-up call. Welcome to the league. Welcome to the level of competition that the league has. So I'm really, and fans, I think, are excited to see how Anthony responds. Rory McDonald will be back and many others. And, what I love about our format, the product's fresh every year. 45% of the roster, new fighters. And to take on those champions, to take on some of those top performing athletes who we retained. And, key KPI for me, and we talked early days, Ariel, about how we focus on attracting great talent, developing talent. And one of the key KPIs for us is minimum of 25 to 30% of the roster to ensure that, their rankings are in the top 25 in the sport. So, fans will see that's part of the roster. And we're ratcheting up further and further, on that top 25 list. But that's a real focus of the team and the league. And then, outside of that, it's a global product. It's a global sport. It's a global product. We distribute it to 160 countries around the world beyond ESPN here in the U.S. We have 25 nations represented on the roster this year. So, we're excited about the new storylines. Again, the champs are returning, the top performing athletes, top ranked athletes, but then the new crop coming in. And we'll see. We'll see if there's a new, new champion in the mix. And coming out of the Challenger Series, we have 5 athletes who are coming out of the Challenger Series who kind of punched their ticket into the season. So, we this year we launched a new franchise on Challenger Series, purely, do I would say 2 things for us. Expand the content offerings, live events, and which we created a new format tied to it, but also develop talent. And the true measure will be, whether it takes a year, 2 years, or 3 years, do we have a PFL season champion in the midst, in the mix? And, we'll see. So we're excited to follow those stories too.
Speaking of challengers, as you know, last week in the news, this betting story, obviously at first glance, doesn't look good. Could you tell us your side of the story? What happened there? So in short, these fights were taped. It was tweeted about that they were live, and then all of a sudden people are betting and the lines just shot up. And one would presume that people maybe who were involved are now betting on it, and all of a sudden the sports books were alerted. What's your stance on what happened, and how do we rectify this?
Yeah, no, great question. Listen, it was a pre-recorded event. It was not promoted as a live event by the league, but we were working with our broadcast partner in Fubo TV. And candidly, while we didn't promote it as live betting or integrate betting odds or content into the broadcast, there was confusion. Confusion among fans, confusion among the sportsbook community, and we take it very serious. So we have addressed it directly, with regulators, directly with sports books. And while in our view, we didn't do anything wrong technically, but we're accountable. As world-class in our view organization and sport and MMA and as a media entity, we pride ourselves on communications. And so we've addressed that internally to ensure that will never happen again. It was our only pre-recorded event ever. We have an impeccable record over 4 years of executing live events with multiple sports books, taking bets in the U.S. and internationally. And we don't plan on having any pre-recorded events going forward. So a learning moment, and it'll be a blip, but we take it very, very seriously in our best practices.
So next week for this first event of 2022, will all the sports books have PFL fights available to bet on?
They will be live fights, not pre-recorded, and SportsX will have access to those fights for sure.
Okay, appreciate that. Are you doing a pay-per-view 100% this year?
100%. Our championship event will be a pay-per-view event, and we'll be curating that card, not just with 6 world title fights for the championship, but other major matchups on the card, and so we're excited about that. But then we'll launch a pay-per-view division in 2023, and we're working on those details right now, including some fighters who are, in our view, pay-per-view stature, and some exciting matchups that we're mapping out right now for next year, and then signing other major talent to come into the PFL, specifically into our pay-per-view division.
The biggest one that could happen would be Kayla versus Chris, right? She's about to become a free agent. We all thought it was going to happen there. Let's see it in PFL. What do you think?
Hey, we're proponents of that. We've been out there, and Kayla wants that fight, and we believe Chris wants that fight. And if we couldn't make it happen between the two organizations, being the PFL and Bellator, as a cross promotion and a joint event, which we're still open to, we'll take another path to see if we can put that together. So that's one compelling fight, but there are others, not only for Kayla, but other exciting matchups that we'll curate, including crossover. we're going to have some fun with it, but we're working on those details now. And I would say, by third quarter or in third quarter this year, we'll share some of those details.
A cross-promotion event would be so great. It would be a jolt to the sport, and it would just be so refreshing to see you and Bellator. Have you ever talked to Scott Coker or anyone at Showtime about this? Yeah, no, we've had some dialogue, and we're looking forward now that we have our season set. Yeah,
we're looking forward to revisit the conversation and to create a path that honestly creates benefits potentially for both organizations, for both fighters, and most importantly, fans. That's what they want. And so we're confident enough with the PFL and our brand, our credibility, our platform, and our fighters that it's okay to go out there and put fights together as cross promotions. So that's how we view it, and whether it happens with this particular fight as a cross promotional event, or candidly with another organization and other fighters, in the men's division, we're still going to pound that drum and try to put those opportunities in place. But that's not the be all and end all to, what will be our pay-per-view division. Yeah. But we're proponents of it, Ariel, for sure.
Is Clarissa Shields going to be back this year?
She'll be back. She's got a heavy boxing schedule.
Yeah.
Which has been fun to watch. She's still committed to the sport, MMA, the PFL, and we haven't announced which event that she's going to be in, so stay tuned. But she will be fighting for the PFL this season, which is going to be great. Her third event, and she showed so much heart, and she was so humble coming into it as a champion in one sport and a novice in another, leveraging her skills from boxing and as an athlete. And while she won her debut fight, the second fight, she lost. And honestly, it's making her hungrier to take on the sport. And she's taken a little more time to focus on her training and on her technique, which, we think makes sense.
I feel like I know your answer to this question, but I want to ask it, and I'd love to hear why. We all know UFC right now, they're number one. They have a 30-year head start. Who's the number 2 promotion in the world in MMA?
Hey, listen, by a number of metrics, we're the number 2. And how I value it, it's quality. Number 1, quality of the production. 2, caliber of fighters and exciting fights. 3, distribution. We're broadly distributed on premium platforms. We exceed, Bellator on premium networks, linear, digital, with broad reach in terms of distribution. Our commercial business, as you look at our sponsorship business and the brands getting behind the PFL and overall revenue. So, that's how we look at it. That's how the marketplace looks at it. And, I will tell you, while we're proud of, our market position as number 2, our thesis and why we launched the PFL, the league 4 years ago, there's more room for more than one leader in the sport. 600 million fans. Ariel, you've been doing this a long time. 2 years ago, this is Nielsen data, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, 400 million fans. So in 3 years' time, you have a fan growth around the world by Nielsen. It's around 200 million. So it is the 3rd largest fan base in all of sports behind soccer and basketball. It is the fastest growing, is the youngest of all major sports in terms of the fan, and half of this fan base not watching stick and ball sports. And so they're underserved. They want access to more premium MMA content and fights. And PFL, that is simply our business thesis. And we're fulfilling that demand with a quality product, with great fighters, and a differentiated experience. And I'm not asking the fan to choose. It's not a Coke or Pepsi challenge.
Right.
We're serving up product for the avid MMA fan, for the UFC fan on a different night of the week, and providing a different experience. And that's what we're focused on. We're focusing on growing the sport. We're focused on growing the league by expanding the number of events. with new franchises like Challenger Series, expanding the season format, now launching pay-per-view, and internationally, you're going to see us make some moves that we're going to be announcing candidly in the next month.
Okay.
About some moves that we're going to make that we think is exciting in some priority markets within Europe. And then next year, we're going to make some bigger moves in terms of growing not only the sport, but the PFL as a global property with a real regional focused competition. So more to come on that. And that's what, that's what will grow the sport. And that's what, fighters want around the world. We're an alternative. We're an option for fighters. And I've had this conversation, I think, before, but as I've been in sports for over 25 years, and no matter the sport, what athletes want, number one, top competition, no matter the sport. We provide that at the PFL. Number two, they want to compete on the largest possible stage. PFL, we provide that. 160 countries on major media platforms like ESPN, and up in Canada on TSN. And thirdly, we do provide a clear, transparent shot at becoming champion. And I will tell you, other organizations in the sport, the transparency is not there for the fighter, that clear path. And our model is, if you're good enough to get in and you have the grit and the capabilities and the desire to be champion and be one of 10 or 12 in a weight class, prove it and earn it and win in advance. And that's the model. It's worked for other major sports, other major, leagues. And we're continuing to build momentum behind that in the athlete marketplace.
Well, I wish you guys the best. I'm a big proponent of the more the merrier, more options, the better for all fighters. Looking forward to it. Week from today on ESPN here in America, all over the place, TSN Canada, but I mean everywhere, all over the world. They do a great job of letting you know the first event of the 2022 season for the PFL. Always great to catch up with you, Peter. Good luck to you guys. Congrats on a great off season, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you do in 2022.
You got it, Ariel. Always great seeing you and being with you. Appreciate, what you do for the sport, as well as the coverage of the PFL. So thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. There he is, Peter Murray, the CEO of the PFL, the Professional Fighters League. They've got a full slate of events that they've already announced a bunch of the cards for these events. Feels like every day I get a press release from the PFL about a new sponsorship deal, a new corporate partner, all this stuff. So the more the merrier, the more options, the better, in my opinion, for the fighters. The more places to negotiate with, the better. If you've been listening to me, watching me, you know that I think there should be even more options for fighters. And I appreciate him addressing the betting situation from the Challenger Series of a couple of weeks ago. All right. In a moment, we're going to be joined by McKee, who is the reigning defending Bellator featherweight champion. Massive Bellator card this Friday, my friends. More people need to be talking about this card. Airing on Showtime here in the United States, taking place at, of course, their unofficial home, San Jose, California, SAP Center. McKee versus Pitbull 2, Vadim Nemkov versus Corey Anderson, Aaron Pico on the card, Linton Vassell versus Tim Johnson, Tyrell Fortune on the card as well. Undercard, not bad. We've got my guy Kyle Crutchmer on the prelims, but to me, it's all about those top two fights. Rematch of the featherweight title fight that happened back in July. McKee defeating Pitbull in relatively quick fashion, improved to 18-0. There aren't many bigger up-and-coming rising stars in this sport, and I don't know if you can call him that anymore. He's 27. He is here. He is their champion. And, of course, Nemkov versus Corey Anderson, the tournament final, is a massive fight with $1 million on the line for their light heavyweight title. Big-time stuff. More people need to be talking about it. We're going to be talking about it with McKee, who joins us right now on the program. The reigning defending Bellator featherweight champ. There he is. I love the new hair, man. I got to say, love the new hair. How long are we going to let this thing grow?
I don't know. I'm thinking about growing it all the way back out. I used to have hair down to my butt as a kid. So,
damn.
We'll see. Everybody used to think I was a girl, though, as a kid when I wrestled. So that, and then it'd get pulled on a bit and stuff. So yeah.
But we go cornrows when we fight, right, on Friday?
Nah, I feel like cornrows got bad luck.
Oh,
Everybody wears cornrows. You ever notice that?
not really, if I'm being honest. Who had bad luck with cornrows?
Quite a few.
Okay, my bad. Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. Okay, fair enough. So we're just going to let it go.
Yeah, I like it more natural. Just let it free. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the art that's put in that cage. Got to let it go.
Why has it been so long since we last saw you, AJ? July feels like an eternity ago. What took so long?
You're telling me, Ariel. I would say contracts, a little bit trying to figure out some pay. But at the end of the day, regardless, I've continued to say I want to fight. I want to fight 3 times, 4 times a year. So that's a big key is fight activity is getting to be back in that cage 3, 4 times a year. Early on in my career, that's how many times I was fighting. So contractually, that's what my contract says. Obviously, we got COVID, and then I had knee surgery and all this other stuff that kind of went through. And yeah, but now, you know, all that's in the bag, and we need to be getting in there every 3 months.
Oh, that would be tremendous. Have you re-signed with Bellator?
No, there's been nothing re-signed. So currently championship clause, 3 fights.
So this is fight number 1 of the 3?
Correct.
And does it have to, is there a term? Is it like a year after you win the belt? Like when do those 3 fights expire?
It doesn't specify specifically. So it's normally about 6 months per fight, year and a half. So yeah, a year and a half, but I got other things going on outside of that. And all kind of other stuff.
What do we got going on? What's happening?
All kind of stuff, Ariel. You know this game, man.
Come on. Fight-related stuff or non-fight related?
Yeah. I plead the 5th, Ariel.
Oh, come on, plead the 5th. What? This is big. We got to create some interest. We got to create some buzz. This is good stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going back to being independent and yeah, just start all my own stuff, dude. I got a big roster of amateur fighters up under me, pros as well. So I think I'm gonna start gearing my own stuff up. You know what I mean? I don't think nobody knows the insides and outs of mixed martial arts better than Papa McKee. So might as well keep it in the family.
I respect that very much, and I agree with what you said about your dad. Just for those, you know, I kind of understand what you're saying. For the viewers that don't, when you say independent, you were represented by CA. You're saying you want to represent yourself. Let your dad work with you and all that stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I mean, I'm still with CA. There's a contract there as well, so there's a certain time frame that stuff has to be done and implemented and so forth. You know how contracts work.
I feel you.
It's to myself. I'm learning about mixed martial arts. Contracts hold their word more than anything, apparently, more than their actual words. Yes, I get what you're saying. Now, what about Bellator? Have they tried to re-sign you before this fight? I mean, you win this fight now, your stock goes even higher. Have they tried to cut a deal before this fight? They did. Myself, I already have fought previously for $1 million. I feel I should never have to see anything under $1 million again, especially with the achievements I've accomplished. Every time I step in that cage, there's an O on my record. You know what I mean? So for me to go backwards, anything under $1 million, I feel is just, it's not reasonable. Yeah, we were at like 5, but it's not appetizing to me. And I'm looking for 55s as well. So we'll see. Are we getting a milli for this fight? No, definitely. We're getting 250. Come on. I'm calling Scott right now. That's messed up. I'm going to put him on. Does he not recognize you are the face of Bellator? And it's not even close at this point. I mean, there's a massive gap between you and everyone else. When you fight, everyone talks about it. Let's be honest. Yeah, it is what it is. I got other partial problems is the management and this and that. Okay. So it's that's what I'm saying. It's a lot, Ariel. I feel it's a whole. Well, can I ask you one last thing on all this? Is it possible that these are your last 3 fights in Bellator? Have you decided that you want to test the waters and fight this out and
and see where, we just saw Kayla Harrison get a whole lot of money by testing the waters. We've seen others as well. Is it possible that these are your last 3 fights?
Possibly. If we can't come up with the $1 million, then yeah. And also, like, that's the thing. Every time I fight, my number's going to double because I want to be back paid for the fights that I haven't. I'm fighting 250. It's business, bro.
I love it.
You know how it is.
I love it.
It's dog. I got families to feed. You know what I mean? I look forward to having children of my own someday. This is how my father eats. This is generation after generation. You know what I mean? This ain't no new story to us.
Right.
So it is what it is.
It's a lot of back pay, by the way.
Can't stop me, but you can slow me down a bit.
Yeah, no, I feel you. But you got a long ways to go. 27, like I said, 18-0, on fire. Rematch of a fight that you won rather convincingly. Was it hard to get up for it, to do it again? Because I know you had talked about going up to take, or to fight the brother, do something a little different, get another title, new challenge. Here it's the same opponent, incredible opponent, but same opponent for the same belt. Was that what you were looking for, or was that a bit of a bummer when you got that?
I didn't mind at first the rematch with Patricio Pitbull. Obviously, under the terms of being at 145 pounds was not ideal. So him releasing the belt for his brother was it was smart. It's a game of chess. Obviously Patricio is not Patricio, so with Patricio releasing the belt to his brother, it gave him the opportunity to say he's focusing on me. But in the reality of the situation, who wants to see me at 155 pounds faster, stronger, and bigger? Like it released the belt, allow his brother to fight for the 55-pound title. He loses to me one last time, and then I go beat his brother up and make it a family affair. That's the way I see it.
Is that the goal here? Win Friday, then go after Patricio for the 55. That's what you want?
Definite. I'm trying to be champ. I've been calling champ since 2018. It is time. The Pitbull era ends with AJ Mercenary McKee.
Wow, that is good stuff. What a storyline right there. They should, be all over that. My question though is, does that now make your stay longer because now you got another belt? So is it another championship clause?
Where, Ariel, we have sitting down and talking to do. I think just getting through this last fight, going in there, putting the icing on the cake, making it sweet one last time, and showing them that I'm not here to play. That's the key to this fight. That was literally our first encounter, our first exchange, and I rocked him. So this one, obviously, we're gonna have a few more exchanges, but it's pick and choose your poison. That's what I constantly tell him: pick and choose your poison. At the end of the day, it's inevitable. He's going to have to come to me. He's going to have to try to close the distance. And when he does, that's when I'm going to capitalize on every opportunity, throwing elbows, throwing knees, and just trying to end him.
Now, you saw him on Monday. You guys squared off. They had the press conference. Last summer, when you did the whole it got pretty heated, but now you have a fight under your belt. Did you feel that same energy? How would you describe this experience with him at the press conference, the face-up, all that stuff, compared to the first time you guys did it last year?
It's there, a pit bull's a pit bull. They always got that fire in him. But he's a little more tame. So he's had a bit more training. He looks a bit smaller. So he's probably in more shape. He's probably been running a lot more and so forth. But I'm not worried about it, man. I know when we get locked in that cage together, that temper's gonna flare, and I know how to get under his skin a little bit, actually a lot of bit. So
how do you get under his skin?
Easy. It's like poking at a bear. You know what I mean? You poke at a bear with a 22, and he's gonna be like, "What is this?" You know what I mean? But you hit him with that 12 gauge, and that's when he's like, "Oh, this is real." So yeah, it's time to bring the 12 gauge out.
By the way, how's the weight cut?
It's never fun, but it's good. I'm about 6-7 over at the moment.
Okay.
Woke up. I had a nice filet last night, some asparagus, zucchini, squash, spinach. Woke up, had oatmeal this morning, bananas, blueberries. There's a lot that goes into me dieting and making 145 pounds, eating 4 or 5 meals a day, 1.5 gallons, 2 gallons of water a day.
it's a lot. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm looking forward to moving up to 155. I could go eat In-N-Out and Raising Cane's every day and still live my best life without having to worry about making 45s.
By the way, when you go up to 55 in this plan, you win on Friday, you move up to 55. Are you done with 45?
I don't know. You know, it's always been a dream of mine and a goal of mine to own a UFC title. Just as a kid, you know, I grew up watching Rampage and as a kid in the gym. That was the first UFC belt I ever saw. So like that was like hands-on saw, you know. So obviously to own a UFC belt one day it's gonna happen. It's inevitable. It's an achievement and accolade that I would love to have under my belt. Being champ there as well. I don't know, maybe I get that Chandler red carpet treatment and come in, beat somebody in the top 3 up real quick, and then, you know, go straight into a title fight, beat Volkanovski up real quick, one time for the one time. But my fight's Holloway. Yeah.
Why?
That's the dream fight. Why? It's a banger stylistically. You know this, Ariel. Styles make fights. And it's like Benson and I. Benson and I would be a awesome fight at 155 for Bellator. So I think Holloway's he's that guy. You know what I mean? He's that monster, dude. No matter what you throw at him, he's still going to be in your face, and he's going to be throwing right back at you. I just honestly, and everybody, they bash me for saying it every time. I'm just not impressed with Volkanovski, and it's nothing against him, dude. He's a world champ. He's beast, but stylistically, it's a bad fight for him to fight me. And I'm Ariel. I would. What's your take on it?
Man,
I'm gonna put you on the spot.
I would love to see it. I got to tell you, I would love to see that fight. Wait, so when you see him on Saturday, did you watch that fight against Zombie? Not impressed?
I did. I mean, it was not really. He's making improvements. Yes, I'm impressed, but to stand in front of me and to be impressed, no. You know, I know a lot of key things. He's real heavy on his rear leg. His lateral movement, you know, it's not really there unless he's moving around trying to catch his wind and move his feet. Other than that, he's jumping into punches to close the distance moving forward. That's where I'm going to just lean back and throw a spinning heel kick while you're coming forward and you walk right into it. So it's like chess, man. He's still playing checkers. There's just little key things he's starting to figure it out. Don't get me wrong. But like I've said, Ariel, I've been doing this shit my entire life. Excuse my language. But I've been doing this my entire life. It's to the point now I feel like I'm Anderson out there. Like I can pick and set people up where I want them to be. I don't have to train like a maniac anymore. Dieting for 145s is my hardest part. Like I make weight, fight's over. Pick a round. Pitbull's not making it past the second. Done in 2. He's calmer. He's a little more patient. So, yeah, I see that. I recognize that. But at the end of the day, he still has to close that distance. He still has to come to me. Therefore, okay, I'll give you another round. Second round.
Considering how you feel about yourself, and by the way, I see no lies. You're, like I said, you're an incredible talent. 27, 18-0, beat a guy like Pitbull who's on fire. And then you see other people in the UFC who are maybe more famous, more well-known, who get more buzz, more money, perhaps. Is there a part of you that's like, man, I'm tired of this. I want my shine. I want my recognition. I want my money. Like they seem to treat you well. But I have to say, I'm going to shoot straight with you right now, AJ. I like to shoot straight. You've taken my breath away because I've talked to you a bunch of times over the last couple of years. I've never heard you so outright say, yeah, I want the UFC title. Yeah, you know, I think I want to go get that title. Like you sometimes dance around it, you talk, but like you're saying it clearly. I feel like I'm talking to a guy right now who's kind of had enough and wants to go to the UFC and get that Michael Chandler treatment, but thinks he's better than Michael Chandler and knows he could do more with that treatment than Michael Chandler has done. That's me shooting straight with you. That's me reading the situation right now.
I didn't say it.
I'm just going to we don't need to dance around, but like, this is pretty massive what you're saying here. You're sitting in a Bellator hotel about to fight on Showtime. And you're just like, I see a guy who's just not motivated by the whole situation and doesn't feel like he's getting the love, doesn't feel like he's getting the respect, and just wants to see what it's like on the other side of the fence. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to tell you what I would say when this interview is over, so you know I'm being real with you.
Yeah, well, definitely. I think a lot of key points in that is like, fans in general, they forget that like fighters make the organizations don't make the fighter. You know what I mean? since UFC has done so well marketing and branding, like obviously they make their fighters. In my case, it's a little different, you know. I'm the superior athlete. I know what I'm capable of. I'm 1-2 generations in. If it's not me, we have a third generation. My 4-year-old brother, last time we talked, he was doing what? Arm bars, right? The kid's doing heel hooks and triangles now.
Wow.
Like, 100 mil is my check. I mean, being 50-0, that's my goal. That's if that $100 million check is there. If not, then, you know, I'll just wait for the next generation. You know, Mason's 4. He'll be a world champ before he's 18.
By the way, considering how you feel about all this, when your dad was doing the Jake Paul video where you're like, yo, Pops, I mean, I'm trying to get to, do you have to be a part of this diss track? Like, I mean, come on. Like, why do we have to be a part?
You're telling me, Ariel. I don't know, dude.
Did you know about that?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. It was a rocky step for me. But at the end of the day, it's fucking entertainment, Ariel. You know this sport.
Yeah.
Entertainment. Oh, it's all entertainment. And I do feel Jake does point out valid points within the community. These are things my dad used to be very outspoken about within the game. But when you have a skill set, man, and you have goals and ambitions that you've set for yourself, like I said, man, I'm the Floyd Mayweather MMA. That's why I've always wanted to fight Floyd. It was to get the recognition and respect that I feel I deserve within the sport, me being a great at my sport, him being a great at his sport. There's not many other sports I can go and be like, oh, I get to move around with one of the best athletes in the world in a different sport. You know what I mean? So boxing being one of one, I wouldn't even see a fight with Floyd as like, oh, it's a fight. It's like a live sparring match. And like, you know what I mean? Like just being in that moment, that present moment, me being the best at my sport. I was kind of butthurt Conor got to do it. Because Conor ain't no dog like that. But like, obviously he's a dog. But like, Ariel, I'm ever in a choke, I'm going to sleep. That's like any jiu-jitsu artist, you know what I mean? Nate's in a choke, he's going to sleep. You know what I mean? Diaz, anybody, Korean Zombie, like they're going to sleep. You know what I mean? Like it's something that's clicked. You just built a little different. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. I would love to share that. It's like moving around with my dad, dude. Like it would be a very technical game of tag, I feel like. But obviously he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
How do you top the performance on Friday from the one that you had? I mean, that was incredible in July, right? How do you top this? How do you get people to walk away, to close the TV or their stream, whatever, on Friday and be like, everything this dude is saying is true. He is legit. Throw the bag at him. Throw everything at him. Back up the Brinks truck. Like, what do you do? Because that was so incredible. It's like a tough spot that you're in.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Do it again. And that's where patience is key. That's something my father's always taught me. Patience. Whether I'm waking up in a chokehold in the morning and he's like trying to fluster me and just piss me off, it's you gotta be able to tame that beast within inside of you. And Patricio thinks he's done that, and that's why I'm giving him an extra round. The first time he was so aggro to just, I'm gonna rip your head off. Why are you taking it so personal, bro? You've been the champ for 18 fights while I've been calling your name, and you've ignored me and act like you didn't know who I was. Then the tournament came around. You go to the complete opposite side of the bracket. Like, to me, I just see it. Money moves. All right. You dipping in my pocket here, dipping in my pocket here. You're going to the other side of the bracket. Damn, that's an extra couple, $500,000 I lost out because I didn't get to beat you up in the beginning of the tournament. Like, for me, it's all about the bread now. You know what I mean? It's about the bread, the legacy, and being known as the best fighter in the world. Because that's what achieving a world title for me was solidifying, regardless organization where I'm at. I know I'm the best fighter in the world. This is generation that's been put into me. And yeah, now it's just time to prove it.
This is tremendous stuff. You're such a great interview. I love the fact that you shoot straight. You tell it like it is. You don't dance around things. You don't sugarcoat things. So much respect to you. When you're fighting, we're all watching. It's a big freaking deal. And Bellator has an underrated roster that, for whatever reason, may not get the attention that it deserves. You're, in my opinion, so far ahead of the rest of the roster in terms of star appeal, skill, the record, the finishing rate. I mean,
I'm best dressed, Ariel.
Yeah, that
you see the
too.
drip?
I mean, that too.
Wait till you see the fight drip.
Okay.
Ain't no UFC fight dressing like me. I'm Louis V. King Don in that John. Like, big dripping, boy.
I love it. Good luck to you, AJ. Thanks for stopping by. Can't wait. We'll talk to you afterwards.
Hey, I got your bobblehead on the way as well.
Oh, let's go.
Jeez.
I got the spot for you.
I bet.
All right, man. Take care. There he is.
Cheers.
AJ McKee, the mercenary. Wow. That was tremendous stuff, guys. I don't think you realize, some of you out there, how big that was. This is a guy who's about to fight for Bellator in 48 hours. He's about to fight for Bellator in 48 hours, and it takes a lot of courage to speak like that. It takes a lot of courage to sit there and say, you know what? Yeah, I think I kind of want to go after that belt. Or at the very least, I want $1 million. And he brings up a good point. Hey, I fought for $1 million. I should be fighting for $1 million all day long. I'm 18-0. I bring the attention. I bring the buzz. And let me just say this right here and now. It would be catastrophic if Bellator lost this guy. Catastrophic. You have to figure out a way to keep an AJ McKee. You must. No ifs, ands, or buts. Homegrown, young, incredible talent, exciting, athletic, exhilarating, promotes well, marketable, all that. You have to figure out a way to keep this guy. Now, we're not sitting there. We're not involved in the, in the negotiations and all that stuff. So we don't know what's being talked about. But to me, this should be priority number one, because this is the one guy that you could legit say, and what have I always said about Bellator? The key, not only for Bellator, but for PFL too, the key is always, can we say that our champion is as good as the UFC's champion? Can we stack our guy or gal up with the UFC's? They could do that with him. They could do that with Gegard Mousasi. They could do that with Vadim Nemkov or even Corey Anderson. They could do that with a couple of guys. At the top of the list is AJ McKee. So I know some of you feel like they don't get, they don't get the love, they don't get the attention, or you don't pay attention to them. I mean, more MMA media, more fans are going to be talking about Belal Muhammad versus Vicente Luque, which is a fine fight, a great fight, an important fight. I said over the weekend that, maybe Gilbert Burns fights the winner or loser of that fight. If it's Luque, he's not going to fight him. If it's Belal, he'll fight him. They're teammates. These top two fights are better than the entire card combined for the UFC this weekend, and they deserve that kind of attention. So I am excited about this. This excites me. That excites me. I have no dog in the race. But fighters knowing their worth, fighters puffing their chest out, fighters just keeping it real and telling you like it is and saying, yo, I want to get paid or else I'm going elsewhere. Woo-wee. We love that kind of stuff. We also love victory tours. We also love people who say, I told you so. We also love sticking it to the doubters, sticking it to the haters, shutting everyone up. And as I said on Saturday night, Aljamain Sterling is about to go on the greatest victory tour of all time. And if anyone has deserved that, earned that, it's him. He had to eat a lot of crap sandwiches over the last 13 months. And on Saturday night, he shoved it all the way down everyone's throat. And honestly, I hope he goes on a 6-month victory tour. I hope he goes on until he fights again, until the moment he steps back in the cage. I hope he shoves it down everyone. And I hope he's as insufferable as possible. Now, I'm going to turn to him now, and he's going to say, you don't have that same energy when you talk to other people about me, but I have had that same energy, Aljo. I have. And so let's say hello now to the reigning, defending UFC bantamweight champion, the man who stuck it to everyone. But look at that shirt. Part-time actor, full-time. That is a tremendous shirt. Part-time actor, full-time champ. The Funk Master, Aljamain Sterling. Congratulations, sir.
Get that, AljamainSterling.com. Make sure you guys go pick yourselves up one.
That's nice. That's out right now?
Of course. I had this before the fight. People thought it was a game. I was like, all right, we'll see. We'll see who gets the last laugh with this one.
Can you possibly put into words what the last few days have been like for you? All the crap you took, all the clown emojis, the bullying. We've talked a few times leading up to this fight, and you didn't squeak by. I thought you won 3 rounds to 2, 1, 2, and 3. I mean, I'm not saying anything to you right now that I didn't say to other people, just so you know. As the kids say, Aljo, I'm keeping that same energy. But what is it like? What does it feel like to prove everyone wrong?
It feels great, man. And it feels good to know that everything I've said from the first day that we fought each other, the first time we fought each other, that I was completely right. What I said, which was the reason why I had an off night, was exactly what I was feeling, and I wasn't bullshitting. People can say it's a stupid excuse. Yeah, it is. I know it's a stupid excuse. I know I sound stupid saying it out loud, but it's the truth, and that's what happened. And I do feel like had I came in ready and not had that hiccup, I finished Petr Yan in that first encounter that we had, because that version of himself was not as good as the guy that I fought at UFC 273. That Petr Yan was much better, had way more discipline when it came to his defense with everything, and I felt like he was just better defensively with everything, you know. So I felt like I comfortably won still, and 2 10-8 rounds. I feel like I should have had 2 10-8 rounds. I don't know how you get 4 minutes of control time, ground and pound, submission attempts, and that doesn't hit the criteria that they implemented for 10-8 rounds. You know, so I'm just happy. I'm happy I got to prove my team right, prove myself right, and got to stick it to Vegas and let these guys suck it. And that's really it. So people want to be malicious and they want to talk about your family and talk about all this stuff, call me monkey, dropping the M-bomb, a whole bunch of shit, you know. So it's I dealt with a lot. And good thing I have thick skin, because you know that probably would have broken a lot of people, but not this guy. This guy came prepared, ready for battle, and I came ready to win. You know, I didn't come for a participation trophy. And I made sure I said that over and over, because people thought I was coming just to Yan by anything he wants. Yan by decapitation. He's going to murder my team. Man, shut your ass up. Get in this ring and let's figure this shit out like men.
So I kind of want to build to it if I can. You looked, I mean, we talked about your shape beforehand. You were in incredible shape. I mean, the veins were popping, everything. And you said all the right things leading up. But were there any seeds of doubt just because of that first fight? Like, were you putting on a front for the world, or were you truly that comfortable and almost had to say, or confident and say it to everyone to remind everyone how confident you are? Or in the back, like now that it's over, you could tell it like it is. Was there any part of you that was questioning yourself because you had already fought this guy and it didn't go your way?
Zero. I had zero doubt that I could beat that guy. Oh, no exaggeration. Like, obviously it's a fist fight, 4 ounce gloves, anything can happen. Like, I knew, like, I can get knocked out because it has happened to me before. But I knew going into that fight, I'm like, there's no way I lose this fight unless I stand there in front of this guy and let him just knock me out, which I knew wasn't going to happen. So in my head, there's no way I'm losing this fight. I'm like, how am I losing this fight? Please show me the Carfax. Let me see how I'm going to lose this fight. Was he going to submit me? Is he going to ground and pound me? Like how? You know what I mean? So that's the way I felt going into this fight. I was like, people really forgot everything I've done to get here. And if you can't see the clear difference in the Aljamain Sterling at 259 versus all his other performances, I don't know what to tell you. You just don't know MMA and you just don't know what you're looking at, or you just don't watch me fight enough. So which one is it? You know, I had all the belief in the world that I had all the tools possible. I'm like, I'm going with these bigger guys. I'm going with these stronger guys. And the stuff that I'm doing to them, I'm like, how the hell is this guy going to stop what I'm doing if I'm doing it to these people? I'm like, it's either Vegas is not Vegas, but the fans really have fear of this guy and think that like he's invincible or a god. Like, he bleeds. The guy puts on his pants the same way I do. What the heck's the difference between him and myself and everybody else? It's just the confidence going in, and that's really it. Again, it's MMA. Anything can happen, but I truly did believe going into that my skill set was just superior on paper. Now, whether or not I can execute, that's a whole different discussion. And I felt like I was going to be able to do that. And at the very worst, I felt like I would at least put on a good performance to shut everybody else up talking about the actor and this, that. And that would, I could have lived with that. I already told myself, if you somehow lose, as long as it's a good fight, you won. Because Yan by murder, Yan by decapitation, Yan by anything he wants. That was the whole lead up to this fight that I had no chance in hell to win this fight. 5-1 underdog. Are you kidding me? Vegas, keep doing that. Please. Please keep doing that.
And so on weigh-in day, we saw you on the scale and you were very emotional. Not something you see often, morning weigh-ins. Can you describe why you were so emotional? What led you to actually openly cry on the scale?
Well, those tears didn't actually drop, Ariel.
Okay. What, that was part of the acting?
They were on the border. They were on the cusp.
Right.
Nah, for me, man, I thought the music had stopped. And if anyone who's ever been an athlete at a high level or had an opportunity to get a scholarship or had a scholarship, had an opportunity to get signed and then had like an injury, just completely like legitimate injury that completely derailed that. Not like, oh, I could have. Like you had it locked up, but then it was gone. That's what that felt like. This surgery in the past 13 months trying to rehab, the atrophy in my tricep, the neck pain, sleeping, driving, my coming on that ass with me, my lady time, everything, so quality of life. So for me to have the surgery and then have the setbacks in terms of trying to train, not having the results that I wanted, and then actually making it through an entire training camp, doing better than I've ever done in my entire career after a major surgery like that, and then making it to the weigh-ins. I was telling Ray, I was like, I'm just so worried about just having something freakishly happen in the gym that takes me out of the fight, and then my career is just defined by this one moment. That was the biggest fear for me. Not that, if I fought Yan, I could lose. I don't care about that because I know how good I am and I know how comfortable I am in my own skin. Like, we're going to figure it out. Like, I'm going to go to bat and we're going to go to war. If I feel like there's no way I can win, I'm taking you to deep waters with me. Like, we're both going to go to hell. That's the type of mentality I have. But if I'm going to outsmart you, I'm going to outsmart you. That's the way I fought in that fight. So for me to get back, I was like, wow, I actually made it to the scale. And this is now a reality. We have put this in the rearview mirror. We're finally here. All the trash talk, yeah, you're going to pull out again, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm here. I thought this was over. And it was a very emotional moment because it just shows you how fast life can take a twist and turn and just be something like that could just be taken away from you. And sometimes we take these things for granted. And I'm just truly blessed. The theme of this training camp for me was just being blessed to be here, blessed to be able to do this again. And I like to have a good time, Ariel. I like to talk shit. I troll with the fans, whether they're trolling me, I can laugh at myself, but this was a scary moment for me in the sense of that I just wasn't sure if I would ever strap up another pair of gloves and dance under those lights again. And it would have been way too soon. So I'm just fortunate and blessed that I'm able to do this again. And just everything, the whole culmination of everything, it was just like a roller coaster. So it hit me hard.
When you have that kind of seeded doubt in the back of your mind about, a freak thing happening, how could you fully prepare for a fight when there's a part of you that's worried about slipping on the banana peel and all of this, going up in smoke, and then your last appearance is this crappy one that you don't want to define your legacy? Like, that's a lot to worry about when you're just supposed to be going out there and train for an MMA championship fight.
Oh, it's a lot. There was one Shark Tank day that we had on a Monday night, and I was crushing, man. I'm talking 4 training partners, running through everybody, getting takedowns, getting submissions or dominant positions for half the round, and switch it to a fresh partner. Different positions, good and bad ones for me. And there was one where I forgot who it was. I think it was Marab or Dennis, and I jumped on their back, and or Delemy. And then I finished the submission, but as I finished, they're tapping, and then I fall into the back pole of the cage, and my spine, bro. Oh my God. I was like, am I paralyzed? Am I out of the fight? Is this my career right here after doing so well and getting this far? I'm like, this is crazy. And I had to just lay there for a second to take a breather. And I was like, okay, we're still breathing. We can still feel our fingers, our toes. I was like, I think I'm okay. And to took a second to kind of like recover, shake it off, and then finish up the last, I think, 2 rounds. And so that was like the theme of my training camp. Like, put this guy in a bubble wrap and hopefully he doesn't get hurt, because I was starting to think I was fragile, But no, I just wasn't fragile. Just I had some serious injuries and took care of it, and here we are today.
Any dicey moment? We saw the one moment backstage at the weigh-ins. You guys were yelling at each other. He said, if he sees the team, things are going to happen. Marab is there. Al is there. Were there any run-ins that we didn't know about?
Tell this man to bring the noise.
Oh, God.
It's fake. It's fake.
All right.
It's fake, people. There's no blade on here. Relax.
Right.
Relax. It's a souvenir from Georgia. No, we weren't worried about that. We like, at the end of the day, the crew that he was with was his translator. And I'm not saying his translator trains, but I'm like, dude, look who you're with and look who I'm with. Like, dude, we would freaking kill you guys. Like, stop. Like, let's be real here, Piotr. Like, we would literally beat the crap out of you guys right now. Like, relax. Don't throw your boys into a fight that they don't want to be in. You know what I mean? Like, our boys want to be in this fight. Your boys not so much, And I threw a little shade at Danny Rubenstein and Parump over at ATT, just like laughingly, like after the weigh-ins, I saw them. I was like, your boy's going down. And I said, what's up? I was like, just so you know, your boy's going down. And then they started chirping me a little bit back, more so Parump. And I was like, Parump, I've been to American Top Team. You know how good I am. Don't forget. And it was just like all playful, but at the same time serious, about to get into a fist fight. But yeah, that was really it. That little run in, and they held him back. So I wasn't sure what he was going to do. I was like, this guy's talking a big game. I don't know what he might really think he's going to do, but if he approaches that line, it's on wherever it happens at, and that's it. So they had security with myself. They had security with him, and made sure that we could make it to the fight before fighting.
Did you win the first round?
Come on. Can you both throw less than 20 strikes? One guy throw 5 to 7 strikes less, depending on if you count some of the ones that brush off the shoulder, as a win? How can you win by walking forward with a mean face and throw 5 to 7 strikes less than the opposing guy because you are walking forward and getting schooled with footwork? How does that win you around? People can say aggression all you want. Aggression ain't shit if you ain't cutting me off and landing strikes and doing what you want. If you're fighting my fight and doing what I want you to do, which is chase me around and get pop shotted and taking the clean shots, then I don't know what to tell you. You don't know how to score a fight, because the rule book, as per the criteria, we score damage, effective striking, and my striking was more effective, and I controlled and dictated where the fight took place that entire round. So I think it's pretty black and white. And let's not even talk about that elbow I cracked him on his head with that's made him stumble backwards. That was the most significant strike of that round. So people that says robbery, what is a robbery? I don't even know what robbery is anymore. It's almost like people that say cringe for anything. Right. Oh, that's cringe. That's cringe. You make a joke. Oh, that's cringe. Everything is cringe. Everything is a robbery because your guy didn't win the round in a very close striking stat, but it's pretty black and white. The guy who landed more strikes should win the round, especially when it was pretty much a kicking contest. Who got the better kicks? I did. Who had the better footwork? I did. Who had the more purposeful footwork? I did. Who walked forward with a mean face and just looked scary and didn't do shit? Piotr. That's it. So for people, there's absolutely no way you can score that round. Big, stupid John McCarthy voice. Dude, go get a clue. I don't know how this guy was ever the blueprint standard of MMA, because that guy sucks. His opinion stinks and it sucks. He just says shit. And I think he just wants people to think that he knows what he's talking about. Like, I think he had an MMA school. I think he had fighters. Which one of them ever did anything? What did his school ever do? Because clearly this guy is so great, right? So what has he ever accomplished other than trying to judge people and being completely wrong about the scoring criteria of the fight? If you want to have an opinion, John. It's okay. But it doesn't mean you're correct, because you are not going by the criteria of how you score a fight. So please just be quiet and let the big boys do what they do at a high level, something you've never been able to accomplish. Relax there, buddy.
What's your confidence like after round one? You get it out of the way, 5 minutes in the books. You think you won. Now, this is before that second round, which was complete dominance on your part. Well, how are you feeling after 5 minutes?
I was like, dude, I could do this all day.
Feeling good.
In my head, I was like, this is the guy that people were saying Yan by anything. This guy right here who can't even find me in the octagon at all. I could pop shot this guy whenever I want. He's too slow for me. I'm like, I didn't even use my wrestling yet. I hit him with a stepping elbow. I'm like, the guy's a punching bag. He's a punching bag that just waits for you to get tired, tries to corner you, and then try to bully you and throw punches. If you have good footwork like myself or Marab or even O'Malley, Dominic Cruz, that TJ Dillashaw, that guy's going to struggle with those type of fighters because those guys aren't going to sit there and exchange one. Maybe TJ's dumb enough to do that because he did that with Sandhagen and got his face punched in a bunch, which is why he looked like that afterwards. But anyone with a brain who can assess a fight knows that his path to victory is cornering you and trying to land a big money shot to drastically sway it around. And people go, oh, he's just downloading data. He's so good. Oh, my God, he does this to everybody. Look at him. This is just what Piotr does, guys. This is what he does. This got you right where he wants you. I listen to this and I laugh because I'm like, oh, that's so cute. These guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's so cute. That's so cute. It makes me laugh because it's either I'm a genius or these guys just have no clue what they're watching. And again, I want to make sure I'm not discrediting Peter. He is a great fighter. I'm just the best.
What about after round 2? There's a moment in round 2. You have his back. Now we're seeing old school Aljo, Mr. Backpack himself, openly laughing on the screen, on camera, as you have this guy, in a very tough spot, and you got the hooks in and everything. Like, what is going on in your mind after? Are you thinking about the past year? Are you thinking about what leads to something? You're in a fist fight here with one of the best fighters in the world, and you're laughing, you're smiling on camera. I mean, iconic stuff. Can you tell us what's going on in your mind in these moments?
After that second round, I was like, oh, I just got a 10-8 round. And I think I might have said it to Ray going back. I was like, that's a 10-8 round. Like that's the guy who's supposed to Yan by anything me, murder, decapitation, all that under the sun. Like that guy. And so when I see that, I'm like, a good thing I didn't blow my load trying to finish him in that second round. So I do think when I go back and watch it, I have to go back and really assess the situation. But I feel like there were openings that I had to submit him or force a submission, but I decided to punch him instead. And I think I might have gotten a little bit of I think I might have remembered all the trash talk and all the shit that he was saying. I just wanted to just punch his face. So in the third round, when I did it again, I just I couldn't help but laugh because I'm just like, this is hilarious. I'm up 3 rounds. I'm about to really just run through this guy and blanket him. And everyone said all this stuff. And it's just funny. It's very gratifying to know that you're not crazy. The hard work that you put in is coming to life. And you really, really trust the process. You trust your coaches. You went through the grinder. And everything you set your mind to, you accomplish. Because at the end of the day, we are all capable human beings. And if you want something bad enough, you can make it happen. And in my head, I'm like, this is actually happening. This guy was talking all this shit, discrediting everything about me, calling me not a man, saying all this stuff, a coward. And now look at the coward hanging on his back, just having a good time. And that's what it felt like to me. So once I had that, I was like, dude, I'm up 3 rounds. Like, if I want to take the next 2 rounds off, I can. And that's kind of what happened.
Is that what happened? Is that your assessment as to, because to me, very clear, you got 2-3, he got 4-5. I don't think anyone would argue against that. Is that why he got 4-5? You let him get 4-5? Is that what you're saying?
100%. Like, if I wanted to stand up in that 4th round, I could have stood up. But I started playing jiu-jitsu, hanging out on my back. And I will say that is one of the things I do way too much in the training room because I get so comfortable with submitting guys off my back, on top position, off my back, and looking for scrambles. He was down 3 rounds, and I think he knew he needed to pocket one. So for me just hang out and kind of I accepted that position. If I just wanted to get up, I could have. Stand to my feet, give him my back, stand up, defend the hooks. He would have tried to throw a head kick or some other big punch. I would have got out of the way the same way I got it out of that head kick when he tried to throw it the one time. He tried to throw a spinning back elbow. Like, my IQ, I'm focused, I'm dialed in. Like, I could have got back up and not given him a chance to even score a round in that fight. And I gave him away that round, and he started to build a little bit of momentum. And in the 5th round, I was just trying to do a little bit more grappling, and he was starting to fight my fight with more grappling. And I think instead of me trying to reverse the position, had I forced the takedown more, not forced the takedown, but set it up. So let me choose my words a little bit wise, because people are going to be very judgmental. If I had set up the takedown the way I did in the other previous rounds, they counted 2 takedowns. I took him down, I think, 4 times. When you get taken down, when I fell off the top, I rushed that position. That's the reason I even ended up on bottom in the first place. I took him down. His hands were on the mat. After me grabbing the single leg and taking him down, he came up all 4s, and I tried to jump on his back because I tried to make it fancy. I tried to be cool, and I got too cool for school, and he shook me off the top, got the top position, and I just accepted it being on bottom. And then the 5th round, I took him down again when I stepped through, and I took him down, and then instead of me doing what I was supposed to do, I rushed to the back. So that was also another takedown, and they wanted to count all his trips as takedowns, right? So when he missed those 3 takedowns, those 3 attacks he tried to judo sweep me, why didn't he count those as failed takedowns? You see what I'm saying? So it's just funny how it works when I'm the guy on the losing end of the stick, and I don't look so great, but now he doesn't look so great. They're not counting the same stats that they did for me, like they did the last time against me. Now they're not, they're not holding it against him. So it is what it is, man. I fought a great fight. I think I fought a smart fight. Gave away 2 rounds that I could have easily fought very, very different and fought the same way because gas tank wasn't an issue. And whatever, man. It was a fun fight. People got excited because they thought that there was going to be moments for him to get me. And it is what it is. I shut everybody the funk up.
Yeah,
and I am the undisputed, the only one king at this bantamweight division right now.
You are. And I want to ask you about what's next. But could you just tell us, what's it like being in a fight and you're sitting on the stool and even you're about to walk to the stool and Ray Longo is yelling, getting you fired up like that? We love watching those clips. Look at that MFer. Look at that. What is that like being the guy that he's talking to? What does that do for you?
It's great. It's a good motivator. But for me, I'm already thinking that in my head. I'm like, okay. I turn and he gets up, he walks away. I'm like, oh, this guy, he went right to his seat. I'm like, this guy is not happy right now. So I'm talking shit in my head. I'm like, oh, you got this motherfucker right here. This guy ain't got shit for you, dog. Keep that shit up. And then Ray comes in, look at that motherfucker. So it just reamps and just reamplifies everything that I'm already saying in my head. And it just gets the blood going a little bit, man. I fight on emotion in a sense of like calm, cool, collected, not emotion like you start doing crazy things, like emotion like I'm into this. I'm invested. I'm here. I'm present. I'm excited to be here. I'm not emotionally like, oh, I'm scared or I'm like that type of frantic. It's a different type of vibe. Like when I'm in there, man, I'm having fun. I'm trying to enjoy the moment because you have these long ass training camps, 13 long months. I'm in here. I'm finally back in here doing something that I thought I was never going to do again. And to get the opportunity to do it again and at such a high level with the guy that I'm 5-1 underdog against and schooling him, it's a great moment to enjoy because, life goes on after this, but to be in that moment, to take it all in, that was special. And to be there with the guys, I could hear Al in the corner. He's stupid. Aljo, he's stupid. You're too smart for him. I'm hearing all this in the corner. I'm telling you, I'm just cracking myself up in the head because it's like, this is jokes right now. I don't think anyone can really understand how funny this is. But I got this guy chasing me with his mean face. He had the Arthur fist. He had the Arthur fist up, ready to boom something. I'm like, you ain't gonna hit me with that one. I ain't letting you hit me with that.
So afterwards, you're declared winner, and you go. You obviously talk a little bit, but you address T.J. Dillashaw. You call him Needleshaw, Pillashaw. Why is he next? Why does he get the shot at the belt? One win after a 2-year suspension.
You know what? When I thought about it afterwards, I was kind of like, he really doesn't deserve it. He really didn't earn it. Maybe it's because I just heard the narrative so much that he was going to be the winner, getting the winner of myself and Yan when we were supposed to fight in Abu Dhabi. And then it ended up being Sandhagen. So then the winner of that. So then I think maybe I just got wrapped up in that. Honestly, if I think there's anyone more deserving, it would probably be Aldo after beating Ralph Font. If we're doing the metric system, the merit system, that would be the most rational in terms of the merit, like what you have done for me lately. Even a Dominic Cruz, these guys all got big names TJ, I don't know how he got in the mix, but somehow I just felt like he was like the next guy. So I just kind of just threw it out there. I wasn't even really thinking about it, to be honest. I knew he was there.
Yeah.
I know that's what the UFC wants to do. So that's probably why I even said his name. But it's a fun fight. You know, the fans know him. He's got a big resume. And to beat a guy like that, I think it only adds to it only adds to my resume, my legacy, you know. So I think I just beat the tied record for second most bantamweight wins behind TJ. I think if TJ and I were to fight, me beating him would be me actually beating the record. I think I would have to go back and double check, or maybe we tie. So that's what I'm all about, man. You know, so I'm just glad no one could ever discredit me and tell me, like, try to make fun of my career. Cause like, dude, to be around this company for this long, my third UFC fight was against number 6 Takeya Mizugaki back in 2015. And I've been in the UFC top 10 and top 5 ever since then. So I don't need to tell people to give me my credit. I think it's warranted based on the resume alone. And I'm going to keep adding to that.
If it was up to you, who's your first title defense against, or your next title defense against?
I'm here for money, Ariel. So I think all these guys, in my opinion, are relatively the same. So in terms of skill set, so I think if I had to pick, I guess TJ is fine with me. There's no TJ, Aldo, Cruz, Cejudo.
Yeah, what about that one?
Biggest names right now.
He says he's back in the pool. He didn't specify, but it seems like he's going for 45, or at least trying. I think he has a better chance of getting a bantamweight title than a featherweight title, to be honest. Title shot, that is. Do you think that's a possibility or no?
For me, I don't know. I mean, depends on what he wants to do. I do think him going up to 45 would be cool. I don't see how Dana could deny him. I mean, he did win 2 belts.
Right.
Maybe because he's not that popular, but it's just like, he's pretty popular. Maybe not popular in the sense that people are throwing money at him, but he's pretty popular. So I just don't get how that doesn't sell. It's a big fight in the sense of what he's trying to accomplish. I think if you package it and market it the right way, it's a big fight. And I think it's the only guy he can fight at 145 that's close to his height. So you almost lose that fight if Volkanovski loses, you know? So it's almost like, why not just make it and just see what happens? But if not, if he wants to come back down to 135, we could do that too. I think he would be a great test for me, especially because we're both so good with the wrestling. I think my style is a little different than his. He takes you down with the inside leg trips and gets single legs and stuff, but he doesn't do anything when he takes you down. The difference is I actually can finish a fight with my takedowns, you know, and get to a dominant position and do some dominant things. So I think that would be the difference in that fight. So it would be a high-level chess match. So I would be interested in that for sure.
Do you think it's inevitable you'll fight Yan a third time at some point down the line?
Yeah, if he wants to go be 0-3 against the Funk, we can make it happen. I mean, you look at his record, I mean, what is it, like 2 of those losses are from me, you know? So if he wants a third, we could do it again.
Did you say anything to each other afterwards?
He doesn't speak English.
A little bit. There was nothing. I saw you kind of embrace there for a second when the fight was over. Anything exchanged? Any words exchanged?
No. I mean, I think we're both just happy to be done with each other after 24 months. Well, he had a little bit of a break from me. I haven't. I had to think about this guy for 25 months. You know, a very, 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 very long time. So no words really exchanged. I kind of just gave him a pat on the ass and kind of like, you know, sportsman, just like, good, you know, great job. We had a good fight. And that's really it. I mean, I thought I won. Regardless if I thought I won or lost, I would have done the same thing. But it was never personal in the sense of like, oh my God, I can't stand this guy. Like I would have a beer with the guy. We'd probably be talking shit to each other the entire time. But I think the competitiveness between us is just both of us believing that we're the best. And when you have 2 guys that really do believe that, it's just only natural for you guys to butt heads.
What's the fan reception been like? I saw you put the apology form up. Very clever. Are you feeling more love? Have they eased up a little bit?
A little bit. You still got the people in there saying Yan 1, 4, and 5, Yan 1, 4, and 5, and I just say cry, cry me a freaking ocean because I don't give a shit what you say. You're not a judge and you don't know fighting because you just can't win a fight like that. You can't win a fight by not throwing anything. Like, it doesn't make any sense. If the guy throws more than you and lands more than you, he wins. He wins.
Yeah, best part about the victory, like I saw the reception that you got back at the gym. I think it was either yesterday or 2 days ago with Ray and everyone training. I know you've had moments with your family. Like, what's been the best part about this win? What is that? What do we got there? Is that another Georgia?
My hat from Georgia.
Yes. It's a whole look. I like it. Best thing to happen, best thing that was said to you, best byproduct of this win. I know it's just been a few days, but what's been the best part?
The best part, honestly, is just being able to have downtime and chill, catch up with the family. If I'm being honest, and I don't got nothing witty or anything like that to say. It's like I said, it's been a long 13 months to be able to just be a human. I don't even want to think about fighting right now. What I had to jump through, win or lose, this was going to be the result. Decompress, relax, and get the F away from everything and just be a human and live a normal life and get fat a little bit and just, I had a lot of time taken away from me, a lot of moments taken away from me because I felt like I couldn't enjoy life the way I wanted to because I had to prove something not only to myself, but to the world. And regardless of whatever happened, I felt like I said, I truly did feel like the champion ever since I beat Sandhagen. Like, no one can ever dispute that. Like, I don't care what you say based on the merit system. There was no way in hell Yan and Aldo should have been fighting for a freaking world title before us two, or myself and Yan, or even a Yan and a Sandhagen, if you want to even do that. But Yan and Aldo for a vacant title when you had two guys who actually beat top 5 guys, not fighting for a title, but these guys never did, and they're fighting for a title and one coming off of a loss. Come on, make it make sense. So to finally decompress from all that, catch up with family, and just enjoy the fruits of my labor, win or lose. This is really it. It's just, I just want to be able to decompress, relax, smell the roses a little bit. And man, sometimes people don't understand, like, your mental peace, your sanity. It's refreshing to like even when I came back to the hotel, like 2:45 in the morning, fans wanted to take pictures. When I know half those freaking fans, Ariel, were the ones talking shit and now asking me for a picture. Yeah. So can you imagine how I feel? Like, I'm coming from an emotional high and I'm exhausted, a long day, a long year. And I see these people and I'm just like, I want to ask them, like, were you talking shit? I don't want to take a picture of you. Were you talking shit? I don't want to take a picture. Like, that's how I felt. But obviously they're fans, they're fans. So I get it. Like, people can say, oh, you're being a bitch, but whatever. We're people. I am entitled to feel like a person the same way everyone else is. I'm entitled to have emotion the same way everybody else is. Right? So when I come back, I took a couple pictures and I had to get security. I'm like, yo, I don't want to do this. I'm not in the mental mindset to entertain people right now. I don't want to do that. So this is me. Just want to chill out, enjoy everything, have a couple cocktails. And, I'm good with taking pictures now, but obviously like that night, I just wasn't in the mood. Yeah. So, right now, this is really just it. Just kind of just chilling, kick my feet up, relax, and, get away from the sport a little bit. I want to travel. COVID took away 2 years from the world, and it would be nice to kind of be able to enjoy the work that I've actually put in since 2019 against Pedro. I haven't really been able to do much. That Sandhagen, then the first Yan fight, and now this second one. So we'll see. I don't think I'm coming back to like maybe September.
I was just going to ask you that.
Even longer.
Okay, September, October.
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. I'm going to see how I feel. I would like to get 3 fights in this year. I did tell myself that, but it just depends on where my head is at. I got to see if I start getting that itch, then we'll jump in and we'll get something going. But I want to make sure I'm well prepared, not just jumping in just because the UFC is telling me to jump in, because I did that once and I wasn't ready for the October fight and I wasn't even cleared, Right. So I don't want to have that happen again. That's it. The future is bright, man. I'm just blessed. I'm fortunate. I got a beautiful team, beautiful family, beautiful fiance. My guys went above and beyond. Ali, Quinta, Marab, Dennis, all these guys, like the stuff that these guys did to help me get prepared. Like I'm forever in debt to these guys. And I get emotional even talking about it because these guys, they've been there for me for a very, very long time. And I'm just glad to get this monkey off my back, so to speak. And like I said, win or lose, if I just had a great performance, I won. So I'm just glad I actually did win, and we can move on to the next one, the next chapter in Aljamain Sterling's life.
Great stuff, man. Congratulations. Enjoy the victory. Beautiful stuff with your mom, having her out there as well. At the last minute, her wanting to be there, and you get to share that moment with her in the cage. I can't imagine how all this feels. So enjoy it. Enjoy the time off. Congrats. And take that victory tour, man. Shove it down everyone's throat. You've earned it.
Thank you. Thank you. Full-time, part-time actor, Ariel. Never forget, champ, but yes. Full-time champ.
AljamainSterling.com?
Yes, sir. AljamainSterling.com. Go get that.
Thanks for doing this, Aljo. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there he is. Aljamain Sterling, the reigning, defending UFC bantamweight champion. Beautiful stuff with his mother. He said that he was cutting weight on Thursday, weigh-ins on Friday, and his mother tells him that she wants to go to his fight, and she's never been to one of his fights. And he had to figure out how to get her there. And he got her there, and she was there in the cage on Saturday as he got the belt back. Dana White didn't seem 100% in agreement with the scorecards, but doesn't matter. He is the champ. 3-2 for Aljo, 1, 2, and 3. And then, of course, 4 and 5. And he said that he coasted in the 4th and 5th round. So he said that he let him win those, which I'm sure a lot of you will love that, especially the ones who thought Yan deserved to win. But honestly, you got to give the guy credit. Even before they read the scorecards, my takeaway was this guy in the last 25 minutes just did a tremendous amount of work to undo all the bad will that had been built up over the past year. You have to respect him doing what he did to Yan, how good that fight was. And by the way, I think Yan fights for the belt within the next 2 years, tops. If they could do the flyweight title fight 4 straight times, Petr Yan could get another crack at the belt, and I think he will get another crack at the belt. And it may even be within the next year, tops within the next 2 years. So he has nothing to be worried about or ashamed of. Now, one of the big stories that emerged over the weekend during 273 was UFC announcing another inductee into the 2022 UFC Hall of Fame class. And this was a fun one. It's the fight that they will be inducting. They do this. They have the modern day star, pioneer fight, etc. And the fight this time is a fight that happened back in 2016, UFC 206 in Toronto, an all-time classic between Doo Ho Choi and Cub Swanson. And this was surprising news. I don't think anyone would have predicted that this would have been the fight, but lovely news. Lovely to see a veteran, an OG of the game like Cub Swanson get his due. And so I wanted to talk to him about it all. He's kind enough to join us right now via the magic of Zoom. There he is. Hello, Cub. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing really well, man. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. Sorry we're a little late. We were with the champ. Aljo likes to talk a lot. He had his moment in the sun, so we had to give it to him. But I appreciate the time very much. And congratulations on this massive honor. Did you know this was happening? Did they tell you before they ran? You had no idea?
No.
Come on.
No idea.
Really?
It was pretty funny. I was my wife Kenda was at the fight. She was working the event, so I had all 3 kids from like Thursday to Sunday. And so on Saturday, the community I live in had a little, because there's a lot of kids, had a little, what do you call it, Easter thing.
Yeah.
And so I took the kids and they were going crazy eating candy. And so me and my brother were both exhausted because he came to help. He fell asleep on the couch and I was sitting there and I was like, man, I should take a shower. And before the main card starts, I'm getting tired. And I got a random text and then I started getting more text. And then my wife said, hey, they're doing like a thing on you because she was sitting front row. And so I turned it back on and
wow,
I was just kind of blown away. Yeah, no, didn't expect it. It was, I got emotional a little. It was nice.
No, you had no inclination, nothing. Like this was totally out of the blue. No one had even hinted at it weeks prior.
No, like the first person, I got a random text and I couldn't figure out who it was from. And it said, congrats on the Hall of Fame, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I don't know whose the number this is. They must have the wrong number. And then when I started getting more texts a few minutes later, I still didn't put it all together. And then come to find out, the person that had texted me was Brian Stan, who I hadn't heard from in years.
Wow.
And I was like, hey man, a couple of days later, I figured out who it was, and it was nice to hear from him. But the whole thing was awesome.
Wow. And so could you describe, like, what's that like? You turn on the TV, you're just in your house and you're watching them announce that you're going to the Hall of Fame after all these years for an all-time classic fight. What do? Do you start getting emotional? How do you even process that?
Yeah, I was a little bit emotional, I just felt like I put so much into this sport, just trying to be, an advocate of the sport, like literally from the day I started this sport, I was like, it still wasn't popular. It hadn't been on TV yet. I was a little ahead of the Ultimate Fighter, the original one. And so when I started fighting, people assumed that I was still getting into trouble, that I had been getting into trouble when I was a youth. And I had to educate people myself, like, no, it's not cage fighting. This is mixed martial arts. It's a legitimate sport. And I've been doing that my whole career, just trying to make fans, one person at a time. So I've almost put 2 decades into this sport, and 15 years at the highest level, and just that little recognition, it was pretty huge for me. It was like, the sport saying thank you back to me.
Did you hear from, I don't know, Dana White, someone at the UFC after they made the announcement? Did anyone call you, text you, and just, to congratulate you, to tell you about this? Like, did you hear from anyone?
Sean texted me pretty quickly and said, congrats, man. And so I was hoping to talk to him this week. I'm sure I will. I'm here in Vegas with Rafa Garcia for his fight this weekend. And, I'm hoping to have a conversation with him about what's next for me and all that. And then I had spoken to Dana, just recently. And I got a new 4-fight deal. And, I know people always, announce stuff like that and it's news, but yeah, I had just spoken to him recently. He didn't mention it or say anything. So yeah, I was just surprised.
Well, congratulations on the deal. Obviously want to talk about, the current career, but, have a few more questions about the Hall of Fame stuff. Are you surprised? It's not such an old fight, right? I mean, it only happened 5.5 years ago. Are you surprised it got in so soon? Not saying it's not worthy of getting in, but were you surprised that it got in so soon?
Well, I think it's kind of more the fact that where I'm at in my career, but I am a little bit surprised. I kind of had a feeling that would be the one, because it's literally the fight that people remember the most. I think it just was the perfect storm, the way that fight played out. And then for me, it means so much more on multiple levels. I've said it before. That's when I found out I was going to be a dad that night. So it was the biggest crowd I've ever fought in front of. It was a back and forth fight. A lot of fans tell me it's like, if they're trying to get somebody to watch MMA for the first time, that's a fight that they put on for them. So yeah, I'm not surprised that they're putting the fight in, but yeah, I guess I'm surprised that it was this soon, but I'm thankful.
And for those that may not know or remember, did you find out after the fight that you were going to become a dad, or before the fight?
After.
Wow. How did you find out?
Yeah. Well, it was crazy because the fight was wild. And then I was spending time with my family after. I had a lot of family come to Toronto, and I was kind of hanging out with them in the hotel and just talking. And then, Kenda was kind of just patiently waiting for them all to leave. And honestly, it was about 4 a.m. by the time we were alone, and I was exhausted. And then she said, I have something to tell you. And she told me, and then I was just kind of in shock. And I think she was hoping I would have been a little bit more excited, but I was like, to be fair, I did just have a pretty crazy fight,
yeah.
pretty exhausted. So I had a little bit of an adrenaline dump. So I'm sorry I'm not like jumping up and down, but
right.
I was excited and kind of shocked. But yeah, and my life has changed so much since that night. So I always remember that night.
And what a beautiful story. You have 3 kids now, right? You have the daughter
Yes.
and 2 twins. This was the daughter, right? The daughter is the oldest,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
Royal. Yeah.
That is incredible. Also, like one of my favorite photos of recent, memory is that the celebration shot with you on your knees at the very end of the fight. Please tell me you have that blown up somewhere. That has to be somewhere in your house, in your gym, somewhere, right? That's an iconic photo.
Yeah, I do love that photo. I don't have it blown up anywhere. I have it saved. I try not to put up too many photos of me.
Okay.
I did that early on in my WC career because I always would see like pro boxers have like a picture of themselves. And then once I finally did that, I had like a big picture of myself in my room blown up. And then I was like, man, this is so like I really looked into myself. Like I just didn't like the feeling of it. So I kind of have a little bit of a decoration in my garage where I work out a lot. And I think one of the ones that I have is me and Kawajiri bowing to each other, which I think is awesome. But that one is probably up there was one of my top pictures, my favorite pictures. And the reason I did it is I was so exhausted, and I that was me kind of like letting the crowd know, like, I gave you everything I had.
Wow. Yeah, I was just going to ask you what was going through your mind in that moment, and that was your way of telling them you got nothing left. That's it.
Yeah. I was just like, it's kind of like, I correlate fighting to different jobs sometimes. One of them being an actor or like a performer. Because that's what you're doing, you're performing. But that's what it felt like that night. Like I did what I was supposed to do. I did my job. I had a very game opponent, and Doo Ho Choi, which, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in that position. And, being able to go out there and show my heart and show my skill set and make a, beautiful destruction. Just looked so great, and you could see so much emotion in the fight. I felt like it was just like a great performance for me.
By the way, any interactions with Doo Ho Choi since this news came out?
No, I haven't. I tagged him in something and just a little bit of silence. I wasn't quite sure, honestly, how the whole thing was going. I didn't know if we were going to do a ceremony, which I finally got an email and I was reading it. And so I'm assuming me and him will both be there. So I figured we'd talk then.
Okay. Sometimes we've seen it where only one is able to go, obviously with the pandemic. Like I know Jones and Gustafsson got in last year. Only Jones went. Gustafsson was home in Sweden. So it would be nice if both of you, because obviously both of you are being honored here. You won the fight, so you'll get that recognition forever. But I think it would be great to see him again. We haven't seen him in a bit. So that would be tremendous.
Yeah, I would love for him to be there. I'd love to see him and shake his hand and hang out with him for a bit. I know there's a language barrier there, but there's no language barrier between respect.
Favorite memory from the fight itself? It might be the ending there, and obviously finding out that you're going to be a dad later. But like when you think of that fight, what comes to mind? What's the first thing that comes to mind?
The funny thing is, the strangest thing about that always sticks out to me was the way people looked at me when I walked out of the octagon, because they were kind of carrying me and kind of helping me down the walkway, and people trying to grab me. But I just remember all the UFC employees, all the staff from the arena. I just remember them staring at me in the weirdest way, just kind of like jaw dropped looking at me. And I didn't get it because it was just a fight, and I knew I gave everything I had, but it's kind of hard to explain, I guess. Like if somebody was, super famous, walked through a room and people weren't expecting to see him, like that kind of vibe. like, I just remember it being the oddest post-fight walkout where I'm just trying to go back to my room and catch my breath. But the way everybody looked at me on the way to the room, I was like, this is weird. Like, what's going on? And then it didn't really make sense until later. Like, oh, I had everyone's attention.
You recently celebrated 15 years with Zuffa, right? Including WC as well. And as you just said, you just re-signed with the company. Were you done? Did you have no more fights left on your deal?
I had one fight left on my deal, and then I reached out to Dana and was like, hey, I need to re-up. So I'm definitely coming closer to the end of my career. I've been hearing that people thought that I was going to retire on the last one and maybe a couple more when I took my gloves off, but I took my gloves off because my hand was broken. So, but yeah, I definitely got a couple more in me. And right now I'm just kind of enjoying the ride. So I think Dana was happy to have me re-sign and make sure that I don't go anywhere else, that I'm staying with UFC and I'll end up retiring here.
So do you think these are your last 4?
Probably. I really don't know what's going to happen. I hate to really say because I don't know until it comes. But I'm definitely feeling like it's the last chapter of my career. And, I really want to pick my next few fights, well, and make sure that I ended on a good note. And I've already honestly been, I've been managing guys a little bit, training guys, mentoring guys for a long time. So I got a lot on my plate outside. That was one of the things I wanted to do, was make sure that I kind of had a running start. So when I did retire, it wasn't like a shock and, what do I do? Because I've always been terrified of that because I've been doing this for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just trying to slowly work my way out.
We lost you there for a second. You're probably getting a phone call, right?
Yeah.
All good. There you are. Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Sorry about it.
No problem. You were talking about, the King of Cali fight with Uriah. Any chance that this happens?
Yeah. I think he's interested. I'm interested. I know there's a little debate about the weight. And I've been talking about possibly going down to 135, which I know I can make it. Just kind of, I've never been that low, so it freaks me out. But the more I thought about it, I was like, man, me and him are both, kind of iconic members of the 145-pound division. I feel like it should happen at 145. But I also feel like we should wait until the UFC comes to Palm Springs. Don't know if they're going to, but there's no reason why they shouldn't. We got a brand new arena being built. I think that me and Uriah in Palm Springs, it's got to be in California, right?
Right.
And I know he's game. I'm game. So, I would love for that to be the case.
When is that arena ready?
They'll be done in August.
Okay.
But I'm sure the UFC probably wouldn't want to do it until next year. I'm sure they have all their dates already, all their locations already locked in for the year. But yeah, it's a 10,000 person arena. It's perfect for a fight night that we could headline. And, I guarantee that place would sell out.
Yes. I think rather quickly. Getting to 15 years with the company and almost 20 years in the sport, all that stuff. Any was there any part of you that believed this early on? Have you far exceeded your stay in the sport and your expectations as to what you thought your place in the sport would be?
Oh, 100%. I just wanted to pursue it. When I made an educated decision, based on what was going on in my life at the time. And I was like, man, I just need to see how far I can go in the sport. I feel like I have talent. People think I have talent. And I think if I really give it my best, I could, do pretty good. And I wouldn't have imagined it be, this and making it into the Hall of Fame, and just having fans all over the world. I feel very blessed, but I also know how hard it was and how much dedication it's taken to, stay motivated and focused for 18 years. And so, yeah, I'm proud of myself for that. I'm appreciative of all the people who've helped me along the way. And it's kind of trippy, but it's very satisfying because, I never fought for a belt and I didn't get a lot of those things, but I still was able to inspire people. And I think I've inspired a generation of fighters with my creativity and my fighting style. And I'm just happy to make my mark on this sport because I love it so much.
Speaking of which, I remember talking to you, it was August of 2018, that card at the Staples Center, and you were talking about, the financial side of the game, and now you're managing. How do you feel about the state of fighter pay and all this stuff? Hot topic once again. It kind of comes and goes like a wave, but it's become a hot topic again. Is it better for you guys? Is it changing? Would you like to see things change? Do you want to be a part of the change now that you're doing, mentoring guys and managing guys? You were, a lot of people, I remember this interview in particular because it was at a media day, and it's one thing to talk about these things in an interview like this. People will do that, but they don't usually do it at the media day, and you were one of the first to talk about it at a media day. So how do you feel about it now, some 4 years later?
Well, I mean, it's definitely gone up since I started, the fighter minimum, my first fight with the company, I made 3 and 3.
Wow.
So it's definitely gone up quite a bit. And, it makes me laugh because the guys now they're starting at what I think my second or third contract was, so like I had to put in work. And so, I mean, it's going up and I'm appreciative of that. But I always think that the fighters should get paid more. I'm always going to think that. I think that, we're the heart and soul of this whole thing. I think the UFC's has done an amazing job promoting the sport and getting it to be the biggest sport in the world. I'm just like, I was checking sports on ESPN and seeing the little tags at the top of, and it used to be, NFL, NBA,
mm-hmm.
and then you got to click into the extras.
Mm-hmm.
And now UFC's first on mine, and that blows my mind. But I always knew that was going to happen because I just know that this is the realest sport there is. No teams, no balls, just one-on-one. And I love that. But yeah, I think the sport needs to keep evolving. I don't want to get stuck like boxing has. I love boxing, absolutely love it. But I feel like, they could be dinosaurs at times. And like the scoring stuff, I think we could still figure things out. I think the gloves could be better. I think fighters could get paid more. But I think it's coming up. But I just, I always think that we should get paid more regardless.
Are you a fan of open scoring? I've been on the open scoring thing for a minute here. You want open scoring?
Yeah. I'd like to hear more arguments about it. I want to hear, I'm for it, but I'd like to hear the arguments against it just to know like what would be the issues. It's like when the whole weight cutting thing happened, when they went to us cutting, making weight earlier in the morning, and then the weigh-in, the ceremonial weigh-ins, they didn't seem to be as big, and they didn't find that out till later. I think little issues like that, I'd like to hear those before I really put my stamp on it. But as of now, I like it. I would like to see more 10-10 rounds, and I would like to see more 10-8 rounds. Like you were talking about the Aljamain Yan fight. I think that was a draw. I don't think anyone deserved that first round. And then I thought it was 2 apiece after that. So,
did you think the second really should be a 10-8?
There was definitely a case for it.
Right.
So to me, how are you going to score? Like if there's 2 rounds and one was one-sided, very one-sided, and one was close, but somebody clearly won, those rounds shouldn't be scored the same. And there's a scoring system out there that is always trying to promote their their system. I forget what it is, but they score by the minute. And it's pretty interesting to see their outcomes. And they vary just a little bit.
I would love 10-10s. I think 10-8 doesn't get used enough in that second round that everyone's talking about. Maybe not enough damage. There was like the dominance, but maybe not the damage that you need. But the bottom line for me is it's a boxing model. The 10-point must system is a boxing model that never really applied to MMA. And MMA is way too subjective. You know, like I know, you tell me right now, like what's a 10-8 round in boxing? I know what it is. Like there's a knockdown. We know exactly what in MMA, you can have a knockdown and not have a 10-8 very easily. So it's just it's too hard. And these are one of the many things. Like you talk about boxing being dinosaurs. I agree to a degree. There's a lot of things that MMA, this relatively young sport, is still holding on to from 20 years ago. Like this, I think fighter pay hasn't evolved enough. It may have evolved since you said, but I would like to see you guys get a lot more sponsorship, all that stuff, bigger piece of the pie, revenue sharing, everything that we talk about all the time. So yes. We could go on and on about this. By the way, you mentioned not having a belt or fighting for a belt. You think that will bother you in 20, 30 years, or are you at peace with it?
I'm always open to it, but I think the funny thing is the belt is so prestigious, right? But at the same time, it can be a little bit of a popularity contest or a lot of it. Mm-hmm. And, I don't want to dive into it too much because then people just say you're crying and this and that. But, I earned the number one title, the number one contendership multiple times, and I just wasn't given it just because happened to be somebody else that was popular at the time. So that burned, and that really killed my drive and my passion for the sport for a long time. And it was hard to deal with. And I, over the years, have come to realize that from the beginning, my goal when I got into the sport was to be a better human being and to become help me be a man. And that's the man I am today. So I'm not really mad about it because that was my goal. As you go along in the sport and you get higher up, then people put that dream on you oh, you're going to fight for the belt. You got to fight for the belt. That's all that matters. And that's the only thing that matters in the sport. And then the reality is I made it to the Hall of Fame, and I touched so many people's lives, and I'm the human being I am today because of the journey. And, I don't need a belt to say that I'm validated because, I accomplished what I was trying to accomplish.
Well said. Well put, Cub. Congratulations on this honor. Well done. Good luck to your guy, Rafa Garcia, this weekend, fighting in Las Vegas. That's where you're at. It. Thanks for taking some time out for us. And congrats on the new deal as well. And I hope that we get to see you back. We're going to see you back maybe this summer. Maybe not the Faber fight, but you got something? Yeah, so I that's what I want to talk to them about. I want to talk to Sean and see if we can't set up the Faber fight. If that's got to be next year, then that's fine with me. But then I'll probably book something in between. I can't go too long without fighting. So I'll for sure do one this year. If we can set something up early next year, the King of Cali fight, I'm 100% down with that. So it's just a scheduling thing and trying to make sure I'm available. So, as soon as I find out, I'll let you guys know. And, but yeah, I appreciate you having me on and giving me the opportunity to talk about the Hall of Fame thing because it is an honor. Oh, yeah. And I can't believe you didn't know, to be honest. I'm blown away by that. That's incredible. By the way, one last thing. Do you have an opponent in mind? I know you want to be selective here with the last four. If it's not Faber, is there someone else? Well, when I was really thinking about trying to do 135, I was like, man, Faber and Aldo just seemed like two great fights to do. But yeah, I don't know if I want to do 35 at this point. I got to talk to them and see what excites me, what makes sense. If I had some names, I'd be able to narrow it down and really get motivated and be like, okay, let's do this. But I definitely feel like, for my next few fights, it's got to make sense. Congrats, Cub. Thanks for doing this. Well done. Good luck this weekend. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, there he is. Killer Cub Swanson, one of the all-time best, OG of the game, 15 years with Zuffa, just celebrated that in March, and he'll be going into the Hall of Fame this weekend, part of the International Fight Week festivities with Doo Ho Choi for that great fight that happened in the T-Dot, Toronto. That was a great card. UFC 206. Khabib Nurmagomedov already in. Choi, Swanson in. Is someone else in yet? Going to be the 7th fight inducted into the UFC's Hall of Fame fight wing. Forrest Griffin, Stephan Bonner 1. Matt Hughes, Frank Trigg 2, UFC 52. Mark Coleman versus Pete Williams, UFC 17. Shogun Rua versus Dan Henderson, UFC 139. Diego Sanchez versus Clay Guida, Ultimate Fighter 9 finale. And Johnny Bones Jones versus Alexander Gustafsson 1 back at UFC 165. So pretty incredible company. In 2016 had a ton of great fights. Carlos Condit versus Robbie Lawler happened at the very beginning of the year, and I think that was my fight of the year, if memory serves me correct. And that was like on the second day of 2016. 2016 will go down as the greatest year in UFC history. It is going to be pretty damn hard, in my opinion, to top that year. And I've said this before, especially from like late February to August, you could do a 30 for 30, you could do a documentary. Bisping Silva all the way to Conor, Nathan 2. In the midst of all of that, there's the sale and all that stuff. I mean, so much happened, but a ton of great fights almost every month. I mean, January you had Condit, Lawler. February you had Bisping Silva. March you had Holm, Tate. Obviously, Conor Nathan 2 was great. This fight was great. Tremendous year. That's 2016. Pretty amazing that he had no idea that he was going in. How about that? All right. Well, thank you very much to Cub Swanson. Still a lot more show to go. In about 20 or so minutes, we're going to answer your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com is where you can leave them. Great day so far. AJ McKee bringing the heat. Emotional stuff with Cub. Great to reconnect with the Canadian Gangster, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, Michael Malott, of course, Aljamain Sterling, the champ, getting his flowers. So we'll check in with GC. We'll answer your questions back into the show on the nose. Stay tuned for that. And we'll go out. I hope there are good questions. I want to go out swinging before our little spring break, if you will, Passover break, Easter break. So I hope there's good stuff because I got a few things to get off my chest. I'm fired up. I'm revved and ready to go. But before we get to GC, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you all know, I'm sure, NBA playoffs, they're here. Technically, the play-in tournament isn't considered the playoffs. Play-in started yesterday. Shout out to the Brooklyn Nets. Congrats to them. New York was supposed to be here, but he didn't show up because the Cavs lost. But luckily enough for them, they get another crack against the winner of the Hawks and Hornets, which takes place tonight. And it looks like we're going towards a Hawks-Cavs showdown for that 8th spot, which should be fun. GC versus New York Rick. And of course, there's the Pelicans and the Spurs tonight as well. Shout out to the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are going to play the Memphis Grizzlies after beating the Clippers yesterday. What a surprise that was, even though it was at home. So anyway, NBA playoffs mean next level basketball. Get ready for all the action by betting on the play-in tournament. Tonight, 2 games. Hawks Hornets should be fun. Pelicans Spurs should be fun. With DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association. New customers can bet $5 on any team to win and get $150 in free bets instantly. You clinch a win no matter what. All DraftKings Sportsbook customers can also bet on NBA hoops with same-game parlays. Combine multiple bets from the same game for a bigger payout. The more legs you add, the more money you can win. Plus, for each day of the play-in, get a risk-free bet up to $10 if your same-game parlay doesn't hit. So, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game during the play-in tournament and get $150 in free bets instantly That's promo code DMMA Hour at DraftKings Sportsbook, unofficial sports betting partner of the NBA. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Turn the page for more notes.
There it is.
On the what did I say? I didn't do anything. What are you talking about, Frank?
Doesn't matter.
Please support them because they support us. Oh, there I am. Hi. There he is. Wow. Look at that. That was a bit of a swerve there. This is some kind of look right here. You never cease to amaze. Happy Easter. What is that?
Look at this little friend I got. You're going to be a big fan. This is Mr. Matzah here.
Wow.
Yeah. Little mini matzo ball toy for old Passover.
I love matzo balls. Look at that decoration.
Yeah, some Passover decorations. I almost got a bunch of toy frogs to put all over.
Oh, yeah. Frogs here, frogs there, frogs everywhere.
Yeah, that's what they say.
This means a lot.
Look at this guy right here in the corner. How good?
It's perfect.
I got a little.
It's perfect.
What do you think a latke would be like in an air fryer?
I think it would be fantastic.
I bet amazing. I made salmon in the air fryer last night.
Did you really?
It's fantastic.
You just popped it in there.
Just throw it in there. 8 minutes.
Done. You know what's so good about this moment? I feel like often Passover gets a little overlooked in the hullabaloo of Easter. You have done a great job of acknowledging both holidays, both tremendous holidays, both a sign of great things ahead. We've talked about this, the sports calendar and whatnot. You've done a great job of acknowledging us, so thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to do it. I think I agree with you. I think Passover does get a little bit overlooked.
Passover's great.
I think
bread.
I think NBA playoffs, Easter Sunday afternoon, that's like the start of the playoffs. I mean, we're moving on the sports calendar.
Oh yeah, tremendous glasses as well. Are you a big Easter guy?
I mean, I celebrate it every year. Yeah.
Now, how do you celebrate Easter? Like, tell me. I've never celebrated Easter before. I know about the eggs. The egg.
Yeah. So like,
what does the egg represent?
I think it's kind of like a Santa Claus thing. Like it's just like for fun.
There's no like historical.
Involved. I'm sure there is, and I could not tell you it. But like growing up, I grew up in a Christian household, and like we would dye eggs, paint boiled eggs, do everything like that. You'd wake up, the Easter bunny would leave you a little basket, the chocolate bunnies, everything like that.
Yeah.
Where's
the bunny come from?
I think it's like Santa.
Okay.
I think it's just something like that to give presents out, I guess.
It's not like Jesus had bunnies. Like no. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure someone out there knows where it comes from. I do not. And then you go to church, and then you go like Sunday Easter brunch.
Also on Easter, don't you say he is risen?
Yeah, he is risen indeed.
Meaning like he's back, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the historical significance.
Right. This is when he was resurrected.
Correct, yeah.
Is that what Easter is basically celebrating?
Yeah.
So it's weird.
Palm Sunday, all of that.
Right. I'd love to know where the eggs and the bunnies.
Good Friday.
Good Friday, right? So Good Friday is this Friday.
Correct, yeah.
And then what's the difference between Good Friday and Easter Monday? And then there's Easter Sunday.
Yeah. And I actually think it's the second Sunday of Easter because Easter is a whole thing.
Oh, it is. It's longer than just a day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, are you going home for Easter?
I'm going to Connecticut for Easter.
Wow. Home away from home.
Yeah, tough to get down to old ATL, you know?
Is it that tough? I mean, I feel like you're flying around all over the place. You were just in New Orleans. I mean, how tough
cost
is
some
it?
money to get down there.
Okay, fair enough. You have to make a decision. Final four?
Right,
Easter.
yeah, right.
I get it.
I got to go back to a wedding in May, so, I'll go back there.
Are you big on the Peeps?
I actually love Peeps,
You do like Peeps?
I like them, yeah.
Frank told me he loves Peeps.
No, I cannot stand them.
Yeah, they're a hot button issue, man. You either love them or you hate them.
What do you like, Frank?
Fun in the microwave, that's cool.
What about the air fryer?
We should try it.
No, they blow up when you put them in the microwave.
Yeah, you can't do that. Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah.
That would be smart. What about Cadbury eggs, Frank?
Look, I'll eat the candy, but I'm not.
I mean,
into
you
the
can't.
holiday.
You can't hate Cadbury eggs. Come on.
Cadbury eggs are so good with the
they're
yolk
fantastic.
and the caramel. Haven't had one of those in ages. Are you a big Easter guy, Frank?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Are you atheist?
What is with
I
these
love how much we're
questions?
geting into religion.
Can you smuggle some Kinder eggs for us next time you go to Canada?
Yeah, I'm hoping to go in the next few days. Why do people get so uncomfortable with religion talk? I mean, to me, religion, I'm curious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you can ask me whatever you want about Passover. We don't have bread. We don't eat bread. We have matzo ball soup. We do a seder 2 times. So I'm actually a little bit salty on the Bellator situation. How are you going to put one of the best cards of the year on the first night of Passover?
No TV during Passover.
If you're very religious, you won't watch. I will watch. But it's a long affair. It takes a while, you know?
Yeah, I can't lie. I didn't know that Passover was a week.
Oh, yeah, 8 days.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was the best. Going to a Jewish school as a kid, you get off for that week. Usually around opening day, like we talked about, a lot of sports going on, so that was always fun. Not a huge fan of, I told Mike Kogan of Bellator, I was like, listen, as a fellow Jew, you should have been the one to flag this. Why are we doing this on the first night of Passover? He said, that's the date that we got. So I said, all right, fine. But it's an exciting time. I see you've decorated. You've got the flags up there, the posters up there. But you also have the Kai Car France shirt, which is phenomenal. Shout out to Engage.
Yes.
I mean, you had the owner of Engaged in the building 2 days ago.
Yeah,
Ash.
shout out to Ash. Shout out to Engage. I mean, that threw me off guard. He was like, "Oh, nice, you got the picture of Kai Car France." I was like, "Yeah, I actually bought his T-shirt." He's like, "Oh yeah, the Engage one." I'm like, "Yeah, nice shirt." He's like, "Yeah, I own Engage."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, okay, all right."
Yeah, so back in the day, Ash, who is Volkanovski's manager and Kai's manager and a bunch of these other guys, works very closely with Izzy. Like, he trained with them in Thailand, and also Engage was all of their first sponsors. So he had this company Engage put on some shows as well. It's very much a family affair over there. In any event, Frank, we do have some breaking news, by the way. Yeah. It appears as though Marlon Moraes has officially announced his retirement, sending a statement to Damon Martin. I want to thank everyone, Sean Shelby, Dana White, and the UFC for giving me so many opportunities. I want to thank my family, my coaches, my manager, everybody who has been around and been a part of my career. I want to say thank you to Mark Henry, Ricardo Almeida. Very nice that he gives a shout out to Mark Henry because they did part ways later in his career. Ricardo Almeida, Frankie Edgar, Anderson Franca, and Hunter Campbell. Interesting. I'm still going to be around the sport, helping you guys and helping my friends. We kind of hinted at this over the last few weeks. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Congratulations to Marlon, one of the good guys in the game. Former WSOF champion, fought for the vacant title. Congrats to him on a great career. At one point, had an 11-fight unbeaten streak. Anyway, we got some picks for...
I guess just for the weekend at large.
Yeah, it occurred to me, should we have done the whole... I mean, we're not doing a show or shows next week. Did we drop the ball? Will you still be making picks?
I'll still make picks.
Okay,
I'll still give the picks out. I'll still tweet them out, everything like that. But yeah, I do not have the picks ready.
No, that's fine.
Got to tape this weekend, get ahead.
Yeah. All right, what do we got?
All right, yeah. Let's start it off.
Here we go.
We're going to start off with a little Bellator.
Oh, I like it.
AJ McKee. Just had him on the show. I mean, he's 18-0. He's never
What about
lost.
that? I mean, what about that?
I mean, he's the man.
You're sitting there. There's probably Bellator PR right next to him, and he's just saying, like, "Yeah, I kind of want the UFC belt." Wow.
He's allowed to do it. Like you said, he's like their prize commodity. He's 18-0. What are they going to do? No, you can't fight in Bellator anymore. All right, well, I'm going off to the UFC then.
But imagine a guy like sitting there playing for the Cardinals, and he's like, "Yeah, I just want to go to the Yankees," or I'm out of here.
It happens though.
I know
it happens.
Great theater.
Yeah, he's 18-0. Never lost. Absolute beast. He's going to have the size advantage in this one. 9 months ago, he clubs and subs him in less than 2 minutes, and you're giving him to me.
That's a great term. I've never heard that term.
You've never heard club and sub?
Club and sub?
I mean, it looked like he was about to knock him out, and
Did you just come up with that?
No. I will take no credit for that. I've read that on message boards and stuff. It looked like he was about to knock him out, and then he just grabbed his neck for the guillotine.
All right.
So yeah, like a club and sub. It wasn't really like he took his back and then sunk the choke in. It was more like almost like a knockout, and then he grabbed his neck. But I mean, you're going to give me that at minus 215 after we just saw what happened 9 months ago. I'm going to trust that he gets it done again. I can't not take that. So AJ McKee, I think he gets it done in the main event.
I like it. I think he does as well.
All right, let's jump over to the UFC card, which
just one Bellator
earlier. Just one Bellator single. You know these lines, they get huge.
Yeah,
I got a parlays. I got a couple parlays.
All right.
You mentioned earlier in the show, I think the Bellator card is better than the UFC one.
That was amazing when you said that.
It's not getting any love. It's not getting any love.
It's crazy, right? No one talking about it. This might be their best card of the year. Like when the year is done.
I think it's going to be.
Crazy. Those two fights are phenomenal.
$1 million on the line.
$1 million.
With Nemkov and Corey Anderson. It's going to be fun on Friday. All right, let's get into UFC though. Martin Bidet. I'm going to take him over Chris Barnett. We all love Chris Barnett. I mean, the walkouts, celebrations. Obviously, he's got some ties to Athens, Georgia. How can I not like him? But this ain't Viante in his last fight. This is an up-and-coming prospect, 9-1. Has only lost to Juan Espino, UFC caliber guy. I think he's also the more natural heavyweight, big size advantage, 7-inch height, 2-inch reach. I think he's also got the skill advantage, power advantage, and I think he's gonna knock Chris Barnett out here.
Wow, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll take him at -200. Next up, Jesse Ronson. We're going to take an underdog here, +110. It's a coin flip fight. Rafa Garcia, the guy that Cub Swanson is going to be representing, who you were just talking to. Ronson, he's coming off of a 20-month USADA suspension. Comes after he got a slick submission over Nicholas Dalby. This is his second stint in the UFC. Quite a few losses, but most of them are two quality opponents. That Dalby fight was at welterweight. Now he's hopping down to lightweight to take on Garcia. So I think that's going to give him a decent size advantage in this one, and he's going to have the major striking advantage, in my opinion. Garcia, he's been thoroughly outstruck in every single one of his UFC fights. -1.94 strikes landed to strikes absorbed margin. I also think that Ronson's going to have the cardio and experience advantage here as well. We've seen Garcia slow down later in fights. The concern is Garcia's wrestling. Just chain wrestling, getting the takedowns, holding him down there. But I'm going to lean Ronson to take over as the fight goes on. And I think he gets it done. Hopefully we can cash a small underdog ticket on him.
Okay, fellow Canadian, shout out.
Shout out. Next up, the main event. Vicente Luque. Very similar to...
Well, you might go dog on this one.
I know. It's tough. It's tough not to after that fight against Wonder Boy. I mean, he just absolutely dominated that one. But... similar to the main event in Bellator, we've already seen this one. I know this one was 6 years ago. Obviously, Muhammad has improved a ton since then. That one didn't really last long, so we didn't really get to see what Muhammad really had to present in that one. And I highly doubt we're going to see a repeat of what we saw last time out. But I think Vicente, I think he's a little bit more equipped with the ground game than Stephen Wonderboy Thompson was. I think he has that get-up capability. Obviously, he can put you in dicey situations as well. We saw it against Chiesa. He's got that Darce choke that he loves to use. And then in the striking, I just think it's Luque all day. I mean, more power, more volume. He has a motor that goes for days. He always keeps his hands up. Next to no chance Bilal knocks him out here. So I think Bilal has to rely on the wrestling game, use the groundwork like he did against Wonder Boy. But I'm not entirely sure he's going to have that much success as he did against Wonder Boy. And I think Luque will keep it standing more often than not. And I actually think Luque might finish him. I know Bilal hasn't been finished that much in his career, but I think Luque gets it done and gets him out of there before the 5 rounds are up.
Wow, okay. That's a big one.
A little surprise pick. We're heading over to the world of boxing.
Oh.
Earl Spence Jr.
Look at
I'm
this.
going to take him.
Shout out to boxingodds.com or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Boxing Rec, I believe it is.
Yes.
I mean, Earl Spence, he's obviously...
No, the one you told me about.
Oh, yeah, Boxing Rec is like the record.
Yeah, Box Rec.
Pro Boxing Odds, I think you were right. Pro Boxing Odds,
yes.
Earl Spence, obviously undefeated, insanely skilled, no knockouts since 2018, though, so I do favor this to go to a decision. He's going against Ugas, 4 losses, but he's never been knocked out. He's a big counterpuncher. Spence, taking this straight from Teddy Atlas here. I watched a great breakdown by him. Spence, he's got the speed. He's not going to be able to get the counter punches off on him. They're also fighting just down the road. He's a DeSoto, Texas native. They're fighting in Arlington. If it gets dicey on the scorecards, we know boxing history. I think Earl Spence is going to take it by decision.
I like
-140. I don't think it's a bad price when it's going at like -450.
No way.
So there are the singles. 5 of them for this weekend. 1 Bellator, 3 UFC, and 1 boxing.
1 Bellator, 3 UFC, 1 boxing, UFC main event, Bellator main event, big boxing card, pay-per-view, by the way, Saturday night. A lot of people busy during this Passover/Easter weekend.
I'll be camped in front of the TV watching.
In Connecticut.
In Connecticut, yeah. I do have some parlays for you before we get out of here.
Yeah.
Jakar Close, Pat Sabatini. I think Close more so. Brandon Jenkins, I just don't think he's UFC caliber in my opinion. I think Close gets it done. Pat Sabatini, super talented. He's going to have the size advantage. He's nasty on the ground. Coming out of Renzo Gracie, Philly. I think he gets it done, maybe even by sub. And then we're going to add on for another one, Mayra Buena Silva. She struggled late. She got absolutely dog-walked by Fiorot, but we know who she is. She's the beast. And I just think Buena Silva is levels above Yanan Wu. She's going to be more active right off the rip. She has the finishing threat, and I think she wins fairly easily here. So those are 2 UFC parlays. Bellator. A couple belly parlays. Not a ton to say here. Chalky as hell. Young debutantes. Typical Bellator fashion. The lines are going to grow like crazy, but I truly believe these are all squash matches, so I think they get them done. Theo Haig, Tyrell Fortune. Bobby Serrano the third. That makes up one. Other one is not loading for some reason.
Oh, look at that. Oh, there it is. No? Oh.
No, it won't load. But it is Tyrell Fortune, Bobby Soriano, Aaron Pico, and AJ McKee.
Oh.
Yeah, we're throwing McKee in the parlay. That's how confident I am in him.
Double parlay. And 2 with Fortune, right?
Yeah, 2 with Fortune and 2 with Soriano.
Yeah. And what is that one?
Oh, there we got something close here to loading. There it is.
Plus 108.
There it is. Plus 108.
All right.
Look at that. All right, that's all I got for you for the weekend.
Now I know what you're thinking. What's my underdog pick of the week?
That's what I've been waiting for all week. I've been waiting to put the play in.
Not a lot of good choices, if I'm being honest. Can I tell you the ones that I'm eyeing at the moment?
Please.
Corey Anderson plus 140.
I don't think that's a terrible pick. A couple people hit me up when I posted my bet slips, and they were like, no Nemkov. And I was like, well, do you see Nemkov? I would have posted him if I took him. But I'm sketched out by Corey Anderson.
Corey Anderson plus 140. Does he finally get that belt? Does he finally get over the hump? That's one that I'm looking at.
He's looked pretty unbeatable in Bellator so far.
Crazy Flyer plus 350. TJ Laramie, Canada's own.
Yeah.
You're going with
disagree.
17.
Yeah, I disagree, but...
And we might disagree on another one. Our old guy, Chris Barnett.
I knew.
Yeah.
Beast boy, yeah.
Plus
he's hard not to like. He's hard not to like.
Also, what a blunder. How do you not put him in Jacksonville? You know, like how is this guy?
He's the 4th fight on this card.
I just don't understand. Like, how do you not put him in front of a crowd after what happened the last time he fought? How do you put him at the Apex? Disappointing. But it's not like there's one like last week where it was like, oh, Mark Madsen.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like you looked at the odds and it just like jumped out to you.
It was easy.
See, but that's the tough thing, you know. We got to make these picks every week, so we got to get the Helwani dog of the week still.
Is it right now or like?
Nah, you can wait all the way till Saturday, man.
Well, Friday if I go with
if you go with Corey Anderson.
Those are the ones I'm eyeing. Let me know what you guys think of those. You can let me know on Twitter. You can let us know in the YouTube cesspool. What is this? GC doesn't make the picks himself. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, definitely don't.
Like, what does that even mean?
I don't know.
It's an algorithm, right?
It's an algorithm? Yes, it's an algorithm.
Yeah, I got a model that I follow.
I bet GC has a mean poker face in Vegas. Do you?
I've actually never been to Vegas.
You've never been to Vegas?
If you do,
I've never been to Vegas.
You should wear those glasses.
Wow. I'm actually shocked by this piece of information. You've never been to Vegas?
Nope. And if I go, I will be going for a UFC fight. It's got to be for like a UFC pay-per-view.
What about International Fight Week?
I'll have just be coming back from like international travel.
Got it. Oh, right. That's right.
Yeah, the wallet's going to be hurting, so I don't know if that's the best time.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, that'd be fun.
At some point, either late 2022 or early 2023, Vegas pay-per-view card, I will be there.
You've never been to a pay-per-view card, right?
I've never been to a UFC card.
Yeah.
I'm gonna knock off the Bellator.
Yeah,
boxing first. Taylor Serrano, and then we'll do Bellator for the Gegard card in Mohegan Sun in Connecticut.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so you're working your way towards it.
Yeah, it's gonna feel nice. We're gonna crescendo into UFC.
Maybe November, Madison Square Garden.
Wow. Are you breaking news right now?
Nah, I mean, it's always been November, MSG, other than the one, weird pandemic year.
If they come to New York, whether it's MSG or Barclays, I will 1,000% be there.
Yeah. They're coming to New York this year, and it's most likely November.
All right. Lock it in.
Conor versus Masvidal. No? Doesn't do it for you?
I mean, I'll still go. I mean, Conor McGregor fight, I would love to see him.
Wow. What would be your ultimate main event? If you could go to
one...
you're
putting me on the spot here.
Yeah, one UFC pay-per-view, your first UFC pay-per-view, what's the main event of choice?
I mean, I'd love to see Francis's return.
Wow.
I'm a big Francis guy.
Francis versus Tyson Fury?
Wow. And that's in the UFC, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you...
Francis, Tyson Fury in the UFC, and then Kai fighting for the belt as the co-main.
That's the one. Is Kai your favorite fighter?
He's not my favorite fighter, but he's up there.
Oh, wow.
He's up there. Like, he's in my top 5. I mean, an Izzy card would be sick. Usman would be sick. Volk would be sick. Islam fighting for the belt.
Well, or Islam versus Beneil Dariush.
Yeah, that'd be disappointing.
Wow. Okay.
It's only I only say that because I got the Islam future ticket.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, yeah. You need one that you have actual, skin in the game on. We excited about the Hawks tonight?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is
Party?
Nah, not a party, but just a walk through the park just to get onto the Cavs. The main goal.
Party if it's Cavs Hawks with New York Rick.
Yeah. New York Rick will have to come up to old CT. Old 860.
Oh, you'll be there. That's right. Yeah, he's not coming there. No way. I live vicariously through these parties. I enjoy the parties.
Well, I'm doing Amanda Serrano. I'm all in on Amanda Serrano with Frank, and Frank's trying to get a keg of Medalla Light, the official beer of Puerto Rico. So,
but wait, you're going to the fight?
Yeah.
So how are you going to have the keg?
You got to have the pregame, you know?
You and Frank pregaming before April 30th MSG?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice crew. I got my shirt on the way, Puerto Rican flag. We're going to be ready to go. Bet has been placed. I took Amanda Serrano officially, yeah.
At what?
Minus 120.
So both of you all in on Serrano. I think New York Rick is as well.
I think Frank is all in on
Of course
Serrano.
I'm all in.
Now, he actually, to be fair, he claimed Serrano at the very beginning.
He loves Serrano. That's why, because he showed up at my house, I'm doing him a favor by cheering for Amanda Serrano.
Oh, all right.
You've been on the Serrano bandwagon, I feel like, since August, since I did that first Jake Paul fight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
So what side are you on?
No one, I mean, it's crazy. No one going for Katie Taylor, the pound-for-pound queen. Crazy.
I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people going for Katie Taylor, just not us.
Oh, New York Rick says Taylor. Smart guy.
Of course he does. He was Serrano up until just now.
I know. He switched it.
Benedict Arnold.
By the way, I mentioned to you guys about the big opportunity thing, potentially before the fight, all that. Unfortunately, Frank, we have... Unfortunately, we had to decline the opportunity. Do you think it's poor form to say the opportunity, or can I still say it?
I feel like you I feel like you say it.
I feel like I say it because
I feel like the masses will be disappointed in your decision because I am deeply disappointed.
I know. Okay, so this is the story. All right. Sunday night, I get a phone call. I'm at my son's soccer game, and I get a phone call. Believe it or not, from the Buffalo Bills. Yes, the Buffalo Bills called me as an organization. No, it was one person who worked for the Bills, but it was an incredible phone call. And what they asked me was, would you like to announce our second round draft pick on April 29th? Second round draft pick, April 29th, NFL draft. It would be you and Stevie Johnson, former Buffalo Bills wide receiver. Would you like to go up on the stage on ESPN and ABC in Las Vegas? So look at the symbolism there on two fronts, right? And announce the draft pick. You, me, Ariel Helwani, lifelong Buffalo Bills fan since 1990. Do you want to do the honor of announcing our pick? And I'm not talking about the 6th round pick. I'm talking about the second round pick. Most second round picks end up becoming starters relatively quickly. I mean, this guy could be a Hall of Famer. This guy could be the key to, them winning a Super Bowl this year. And I thought long and hard about it. And there were a few issues, work-related, also family-related. My son's birthday is on the 30th. I've always made a point not to miss the birthday, even the morning. There's a delay. I just don't want to. And yesterday I made the somewhat difficult decision. When I turned it down officially, I said I wouldn't be able to make it happen. It's a lot of flying. I'd have had to fly out on Friday morning, go there, fly back Friday night. I mean, it's 10 hours of flying for 1 minute of glory. And when I said this to GC earlier, he's like, well, it's not really 1 minute. It's an eternity of glory. And I get that. I understand that. I understand where you're coming from. And what a great honor. I mean, how many people get this honor bestowed upon them? So it killed me, but it just didn't work out. There's just a lot going on that week, as you know, was Taylor Serrano. I mean, it's just, could you imagine? I would have walked up there and I would have said, I think it's 57, with the 57th pick in the 2022 NFL draft, your Buffalo Bills, the eventual Super Bowl champion select, and I would have said the guy, and then I would have chest bumped him, and then that guy would have been my guy. That guy would have been my guy. I would have had to buy his jersey. He would have been immortalized. Like, that guy's career would have been made in that moment when he becomes a Hall of Famer, when they replay his career and it starts with the draft. I would have been up there announcing the pick. Now, then I started thinking it was going to be me. It's going to be Stevie. It's going to be weird. It's never clean cut. But what a great honor. And so for everyone out there, and you know who you are, who have called me a fake fan, a phony fan, a Johnny-come-lately, a bandwagon fan, the Buffalo Bills ain't calling you to announce their second-round pick. But in the end, I had to make the tough call. I chose work, I chose family, I chose obligations, I chose my word. And I told them, by the way, next year, Kansas City 2023 draft, I'm already blocking it off, all right? So if you need me for 2023, Buffalo, I'll be there for you. Bills Mafia, I'll be there for you. I'll run through whatever walls you need me to run through because I'm a busy guy. I got a busy schedule. I'll block it off now. But let the record show whenever that second round pick, and by the way, what if it got traded? What if I would have flown all the way there and they would have traded it to the fourth round, and now I'm stuck with my hands in my pocket in Las Vegas, of all places, that decrepit town. No, I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am banned in Las Vegas, so it would have been tough to make it out there. But 2023, I'll be there. Let it be known when you go and watch the draft on Friday, April 29th, to be exact, second round, when the Bills make their pick, whomever that person is, let it be known your boy could have been announcing. Your boy was asked to announce. What do you think of that?
I mean, the Bills got off the phone with you, and they were like, they hung up, and they were just like, it's 2023.
Yeah.
That's not happening. We're never calling that guy again.
Really? You think that's...
How did he turn that down?
You think that's what they're saying?
I mean, once in a lifetime, man.
What would you have done
I
if
want
the Falcons...
really to haunt you.
If the Falcons...
I would have already been in Las Vegas. I would have been camping out in a tent for the next week and a half.
What a crazy thing, right? I couldn't believe it when they asked me.
It was an insane thing. I was hoping to be watching the second round and see you stumble out there with old Stevie Johnson and make the pick.
I mean, that would have been nuts. By the way, I've come a long way with the Bills. I mean, 6 months ago, they wouldn't even acknowledge me on social media. Now they're calling me to announce draft picks.
I have to think this hurts the relationship.
No, it doesn't. We had a very nice conversation. We're in good spirits. We're in good standing. In fact, I told them 40th birthday, one of my bucket list items is to go to a game. By the way,
you've still never been to a game?
I've never been to a home game.
I've been turned down the draft offer. Yeah. Are you even a real fan? New York Rick says no.
Yeah. By the way, can you say bucket list? Does bucket list have to be when you're dying?
No, I think it's just a list of things you want.
Yeah. Okay. Because rest assured, I'm not dying.
Yeah.
But yes, it was a big deal. It was a big deal. It was very emotional. It was tough. It was like the worst weekend possible. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with everyone. I teased it on Monday, so I wanted to let you know I made the decision. And unfortunately, things happen. Adult stuff happens. You make a word. You make a promise. You keep your word. It's very important to me. And I'm very proud of my streak of not missing a single birthday yet. And I feel like by the way, all my kids were like, you have to go. Well, actually, my daughter was like, can I come with you? But the boys were like, you got to go. You have to go. And I appreciate them being, so kind. My wife said, you got to go.
Did anyone tell you not to go?
It's a good question. No one said not to go. In fact, everyone said you're an idiot if you don't go. Quite emphatically. But there was something in my heart that was saying it's just not the right time to do it.
I think all you have to do, we just have to get past the pick itself. It's gonna sting when they're announcing the pick. I mean, whoever replaces you, you're gonna have a vendetta out for them for the rest of their lives.
That's fine. Who are they gonna ask?
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna
Wolf
be tough.
Blitzer, Benny the Butcher. I mean, who are they gonna ask? No one that would have moved the needle like
Benny
Helwani.
Butcher, that's a fan favorite.
I would have walked out there and cut the promo of all promos. I would have let all the jabrones know who the class organization is. I would have said on behalf of the Pagula family, on behalf of the great Brandon Bean and Coach McDermott, I would have said on behalf of everyone involved in this great organization, it is my distinct honor to announce that with the 57th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills, the pride of Western New York, select so-and-so.
Do you think they'll ask McAfee?
Tim Russert Meet the press.
Tim Russert is a legend. McAfee ain't going to get asked by the Bills.
Shooter
Jabrone
McGavin.
Central.
Shooter McGavin. People love Shooter.
Wait, the actor or the character? Like, is the character
Christopher McDonald is a Bills fan.
No one cares.
Summer Sanders, Olympian.
Yeah, they always love to talk about Summer Sanders. That was before,
Wolf Blitzer.
Blitzer legend.
Jordan Burroughs,
Buffalo guy, fine. By the way,
Christine Baranski.
I got asked before all of them.
As far as you know.
As far as I know. That's what I'm telling you.
They probably already hit up Wolf.
You think Wolf is going out there? How old is Wolf? 67, 68? He ain't going all the way to Vegas for... Let me tell you.
Supposedly NHL player Logan Couture, big Bills fan. Picture of him with Stevie Johnson. I'm going to guess they asked him first.
They might have asked him. Listen. Trust me. If there were no conflicts, I'd be there. By the way, if it was back at Radio City, like they did it for 30 years, I'd be there right now.
No doubt.
I'd be camping out. I'd pop right in, shake a few hands, rock up with my Thurman Thomas jersey, but it just didn't work out.
It is what it is. Decision's been made. You let them know. They've already asked Wolf Blitzer. They're moving on to the next one.
All right.
You got a question or two, huh?
I do got a question or two. Thanks. That's your way of telling me to wrap this up. Okay. Time now for everyone's favorite. And by the way, thank you to the Bills. Thank you to Kelsey at the Bills for this huge honor. It was very hard for me. And I was struggling with this one. I really was, but it was too tough. I tried to move a few things, just couldn't. Tough. Life, you got to make tough calls. But I do love the Bills till I die, and they will win the Super Bowl this year. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A.
Hope we got
MMA
good questions
fans.
this week. I want to come out, I want to end
Ladies and gentlemen,
our little run here of tremendous shows with, yes, oh, wow, whoa.
Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City.
Yeah, let's go hard.
On the nose.
Yeah.
And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
There's a lot of chatter on the Slack channel here. Appreciate everyone who's reached out. Shaheen, thank you. No sympathy from New York Rick. It's all good. Listen, you know in these moments who your real friends are, and I appreciate everyone who has reached out. We got a lot of questions to answer, so let's not waste any more time. We do have, Frank, breaking news. By the way, Frank, at the beginning of the day, you told me if you have anything in your throat, just type the letter M in the Slack channel and you'll mute my mic. I did type M.
I muted you.
Did you?
Yeah.
I mean, no heads up. I'm waiting for
Said to type M, not wait for my...
Well, how am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know when you're muting it?
Like, you could hear in your headphones that you're... You know what? Can we talk about this later?
No, but the thing is, he's talking. I'm not going... my mic's off. Like, hey, mic's off. Mute.
Maybe you should.
Just I was like, where's...
Or we could just get you a button.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Cough button?
Yes, sir.
Adrian is first up. I've never seen Adrian atop the leaderboard. And again, we're going with the most liked comments first. So here we go. Adrian wrote a whole Megillah here, but since he's first, I'll read it. Greetings once again from London, Ontario, Canada. A brief story was required to frame my question. Please bear with me. One time when my younger brother was taking an escalator down to the Union Station subway in Toronto, his pant leg got caught in the escalator. His pants were pulled down as he was violently dragged to the ground by the escalator. Holy smokes. And he started to cry. I'm sure you can imagine that the scene of him pantless and bawling in the middle of Toronto after being mauled by an escalator was a dramatic one. Is this true? Because if so, that's insane. While the vast majority of people are not afraid of escalators, to this day, my brother is terrified of them due to his traumatic experience. I have come to realize that everyone has at least one escalator in life. A person's escalator, quote unquote, refers to something that seems benign to others, but that strikes fear in their heart, much like the escalator did or does to my brother. For some people, their escalator is obvious. As an example, New York Rick's escalator is obviously GC.
Facts.
I feel like that required a da-dum-bum-tss. No?
Frank's eating the Doritos from Monday right now. Does no one stay in their seat anymore?
I was unsure about you though, Ariel, and so I would like to ask, what is your escalator? Golly. Matt Mo writes Dahlia. I mean, she was one for a long time. By the way, shout out to your brother. That's horrific. What's my escalator? Golly. I'll tell you what, I used to actually be really afraid of dogs. Really afraid of dogs. And then I got my lovely Matcha, and now I'm like cuddling with her and picking her up. I don't feel the same about other dogs. Like when we're walking dogs and they like jump on you, I'm like, ugh. But I own a dog, so I can't be the scared dog guy anymore because I own a dog. So that used to be one. But I mean, not, my dad is terrified of cats. Like if my dad sees a cat walking his way, strutting his way, he will yell out my dad is like 70 years old. He will yell out the loudest scream and move to the other side. I've seen him run shrieking. Because when he was a kid, someone, as a joke, dropped the cat down his back when he was living in Egypt, and it messed him up. And he is petrified. Like, I've never met anyone who's more petrified of anything than my dad is of cats. Believe it or not. Petrified. I had a thing with the dogs, but I've kind of gotten over it. Yeah, I don't know. GC, you have one? You have an escalator?
Cockroaches.
Can't
do them.
I'll tell you what. I hate mice. And when I went to summer camp in 2001, all night I would hear like their little feet in the bunk, and it freaked me out. I felt so uncomfortable. But I feel like that's not a thing. Like, this guy's talking about a traumatic thing that might be benign. I mean, I feel like everyone feels the same about mice. I'll just say, like, the thing that always strikes the most fear in me and makes me feel the most uncomfortable has been just my kids and their health. Like, we have had some, like, the two scariest moments of the last 10 years of my life was one time when I thought we lost our son, Walter, and we were freaking out, looking everywhere for him, calling the cops, and he was hiding under his covers. That was probably like the scariest 30 minutes of my life. I thought he just walked out of the house, and I was looking for him. I mean, he used to do this thing where he'd walk out when he was 2 years old, and we couldn't find him, but he was just hiding. And then another time, we were actually driving home. It was actually the day, I think I might have mentioned this on the show. It was April 1st, the day Ferguson and Khabib got canceled, part of that crazy week in 2018. And my son bought these things called globbies. You guys know what globbies are?
No.
These little balls that you put in water, and they grow a lot. Like they're like tiny, and then they grow into these big balls. And my wife thought that my daughter, who at the time was less than 2, ate one. And we had read that if you eat one and you're a little kid, like, it could grow and really affect your stomach. And so we went to urgent care, and they wouldn't see us. So my daughter used to eat a lot of raisins, and without getting too graphic, like, it would make her poop a lot. So we just fed her a ton of raisins for the rest of the car. We were driving from Montreal back to New York, and she just like pooped a ton in the car, and then like the little things came. I don't know. It was crazy. Anyway, I was petrified that she ate one of these globbies and her stomach. So those are probably the two scariest things in my life. So maybe globbies are my escalator. Matt Mo. Bonjour, Lord Ariel. I wanted to give a shout out to Jackie Chan, who just celebrated his 68th birthday last week. Shout out to the great Gilbert Gottfried as well. May he rest in peace. That was a bummer to hear yesterday. Matt writes, Jackie Chan is someone who he feels has played a huge role in the popularization of martial arts, and I feel doesn't get enough credit from the MMA community. I understand he's an actor and never competed professionally, but he's still a lifelong martial artist who had a tremendous influence. Yes, I agree. I also wanted to say rest in peace to Brad Allen, an Australian kickboxer who was Jackie Chan's longtime stunt coordinator and the American kickboxer who fought against Jackie Chan in the movie Gorgeous. Sadly, I didn't see any media coverage about his death. Thank you. I'd like to know, what is your personal favorite Jackie Chan movie growing up? And can we get Jackie Chan on the MMA Hour? Jeez Louise. I wouldn't even know where to start. My personal favorite was Legend of the Drunken Master. Long live the man of Steel Wani. Favorite Jackie Chan movie has to be Rush Hour, for me at least. First one? What about you, Frank?
Yeah, Rush Hour was pretty funny.
El Cubano, hola Ariel. After the events of last weekend, the welterweight division has gotten more clear at the top of the division. Whenever Usman finally recovers, he will face Leon, hopefully. And it seems like Dana is leaning towards Colby versus Khamzat. Yeah, we'll see. Colby, very quiet this week. This week's main event is the rematch of Luque Mohammed almost 6 years later. While I can see if Bilal wins, how he can get matched up against Burns, my question is, where would Luque go with a win after Saturday, being that both him and Burns have been vocal about not fighting each other? It's a great question. I think if Luque wins, then maybe he could take some of the heat away from Colby and fight Colby. Now, I think Colby's going to try to go to 85 because he sees a path to the title there. But yeah, if Muhammad wins, who's 6 right now, I think that he can easily fight Burns, who's now 4, Khamzat all the way up to 3. And I'm talking UFC rankings, this is what they go by. Sean Brady? How about Neil Magny getting the rub? That could be fun. One of those guys. Ariel, according to some reports online, Petr Yan made $410K. Gilbert Burns, $250. Aljo made $520. Zombie, $380. Khamzat, $205. Volkanovski made $1.10 million, all before bonuses. Dang. How far? I mean, some of those seem a little dicey if you ask me, but impossible for me to know. No one wants to talk about anything in the sport. Look, when I asked Volkanovski about his contract, he got all weird on me. Hi, Ariel. Good day. This is from Donovan. Good day from Ottawa, Ontario. Longtime fan of the show. I want to get your thoughts on something I've been considering regarding Chimaev's performance this past Saturday. People have been saying he was partly so impressive because he's beating someone of Burns' level merely 5 fights into his UFC career. Yes, my issue with that is simply that this rise in competition can't be compared to any other fighter. I think it's possible Volkanovski, Jones, Usman, or Makhachev may very well have beaten a top 5 guy had they been given the same opportunity. Sure, but they weren't. They had to grind a slow rise to the top because that's what matchmakers allowed for. Chimaev was put in a uniquely privileged position to fight a top caliber fighter. Yeah, but you can't take anything away from him. He still passed the test. So I just think it's odd when people speak of Chimaev's experience versus opponent ranking when it's not as thought or tough maybe that the others have tried to. Yeah, but still, he still passed the test. Regardless of if this guy's path or that guy's path was the same or not, he still passed the test. My question is this. Do you sometimes think the UFC takes too long moving fighters up the rankings? Sure. When they've had several consecutive wins, fine. This might be why we have champs lapping the contenders in traffic jams starting to build up. Arnold Allen and Makhachev come to mind. Makhachev has no gripe, in my opinion. It hasn't been too long for him. Remember, his guy was at the top of the rankings. Arnold Allen doesn't necessarily have a gripe as well. He's been very injured. He only fights once a year. Now, there are other guys, Ferguson, Leon Edwards, who have been a little more active. Edwards has had bad luck too, and they can have a gripe. For sure. The bottom line is, yes, certain guys get pushed faster than the others. There's no doubt about it. It's just the way it goes. But you can't take anything away from Khamzat because he passed the test. Dan, dear Ariel, Cooking with Volk was one of the greatest segments the show's ever had. It made me realize segments like this are like Stipe fighting in Ohio, GSP fighting in Canada. Wow. What a great compliment. What's this? Oh my. All right. I hope we see more segments like this that showcase the fighter's personality. Thank you.
Any
it was fun.
Explanation of that, or
for what?
The pause there. It seemed.
Well, listen, I don't have to tell you guys everything. Things happen. I mean, things happen. I just did that just to annoy you. Hello, MMA Hour crew. Ariel, a few short answers to your questions. When both careers are over, who will be considered to have been the bigger name / draw overall, Nick Diaz or Masvidal? Diaz. Now, strictly speaking, at this moment only, and not their whole careers overall, bigger draw name, Nick or Masvidal? Right now, Masvidal. Any truth to Caesars posting about Nick return? No. And if so, how would you feel about an in-shape Nick versus Masvidal, I'd be okay with it if he really wants to fight and he's in shape and he's motivated. You have stated that the UFC is trying to buy time for Nate versus Conor. How long can they hold out before they have to make a decision? I mean, they're playing by their own rules, so they can hold out as long as they want. Like, what's going to happen? Nate going to sue him? But they did offer Khamzat in October, so I would think the 6 months would be up in April. Can you let us know Volkanovski's response to GC's intro? Yes, I sent it to him, and I sent it to Ash, and they loved it. Did I tell you that, GC?
No, you did not.
Yeah, I sent it to them. They loved it.
I'm glad to hear that.
They wrote too good. I guess that's an Australian thing. They wrote too good. Shalom Ariel from Bengal the Yeti. Dana was very generous with the bonuses this weekend, including giving Burns his well-deserved win money. I love when they do that, right? Because let's just be very clear right now. The show win model is so antiquated. It's downright, it's one of the most disrespectful things that continue to happen in our sport. You're telling me that Gilbert Burns didn't deserve to know how much he was making going into that fight? You're telling me that Gilbert Burns needed the extra motivation for a show win bonus? You're telling me Petr Yan needed extra motivation for a show win bonus? It's so crazy. Like, if you want to justify it for the 12-12 guys, who, by the way, are the last guys who need motivation because they're as hungry as anyone and they're starving, literally, right? Financially. This model is so crazy. Like, to me, the best way to incentivize fighters right now, if you want to keep that going, which I don't think you need to, they're professional fighters. They're I mean, sacrificing and putting everything on the line for this career with so many odds stacked against them. Do the thing where you give them a bonus, get rid of the performance nonsense, get rid of the fight of the night nonsense, and say everyone who gets a finish on this card gets a bonus. Everyone who gets a finish gets a bonus. So now you'll incentivize fighters, if you want to, if you feel like you need to go for it. But the idea that these professional men and women, incredible fighters, some of the best athletes on the planet, need to have this win bonus thing dangled in front of them is hogwash. It's total hogwash. So when they do this thing where they're like, oh, we're going to give you the win bonus, like, to me, it's like those discretionary bonuses that they hand you in the back. It's a way to keep you at arm's length, but still say, hey, you know, we do these good things. No, this shouldn't even be a thing. This shouldn't even be an option. When Gilbert Burns walked into that cage on Saturday, he should have known what he's getting. And if he gets pay-per-view points, then okay, he'll find out later. But he wasn't getting pay-per-view points. Forget bonus this, that, or the other. If you want to give him a bonus, give him a finishing bonus. But this idea that he needs a win bonus, crazy. Against Khamzat Chimaev? Are you kidding me? My fighter pay hot take is that we see the 20K show win become the minimum pay by the middle of 2023. I don't see that. Todd, hey Ariel, any reason to believe the recent Nick Diaz return in 2022 rumors? Haven't seen anything like it. Not saying it's not true. Haven't really looked into it. Haven't seen. I mean, I've seen photos of him, but I have not heard this. But not saying it's not true. I just haven't heard it. Masvidal's knee. El Nariz. Some quick shooters for you. Love quick shooters. How's your relationship with Brian Ortega? I think it's fine. I have no issue with Ortega. I think for some reason Ortega doesn't like me or didn't like doing the show or coming. I just always got that feeling from him. I don't know why. There's just some guys throughout my career who just didn't like me, who felt like my intentions, I don't know, few and far between, if we're being honest. And I just always kind of got, there was a period he was coming on, but lately, I don't know, I just kind of got that vibe from him. So I can't even tell you of a single issue I have with Brian Ortega. I just felt that vibe. And there was a period where that stuff bothered me and I would like incessantly try to fix it. I'm just not at that point anymore. If you want to come on, great. If you don't want to come on, great. No hard feelings. It'll all be okay. Much respect. I have a lot of respect for him. He's a tremendous fighter. That fight against, I mean, I gave those guys the round of the year. It was incredible. What can fans expect from UFC X? I hope it's like an expo type of thing, like the old days, but I don't know a lot about it, if I'm being honest. Interesting name, X. I guess like Expo? Looks like UFC 10. But I don't know much about it. Can you invite Megan Olivier on the show? That's one that I don't think is going to happen. Again, Megan doesn't like me. I've told the story. blocked me on all social media, never followed her, never tweeted her, never messaged her, never nothing. Doesn't like me, pretends I don't exist, pretends she doesn't know me. I don't know. Used to talk to her when she was working for Heavy. It's a weird business, man. It's a weird business with some interesting cats. And I think that especially in that world breeds a lot of, I want to choose my words wisely here so no one gets all up in arms, but just a lot of harsh feelings. I have no issues with her. I've always liked Joseph Benavidez. I think at one point she thought I wasn't interviewing Benavidez because of her. Not the case at all. I think I've proved, like, I'll have Ali's guys on and we don't have a good relationship, and I'm not going to hold a grudge against someone because I don't like someone that you're related to. So even if I didn't like her, I wouldn't not have Joseph on, who was on the show a million times in the past before they ever, like, all this is nonsense. Life is too short for all of this crap. I actually got a nice message from 2 people recently who, again, were holding these grudges with me for, again, I know people say, like, oh, you act like the victim, but I've had to deal with a lot of strange behavior, and 2 people out of the blue in the last 48 hours, I kid you not, saying like, hey, sorry I was acting this way. Let's bury the hatchet. Now, before you guess and say it's Dana, it's not. Before you guess and say it's Ali, it's not. But 2 people who are significant members of the MMA community, and I appreciated that very much. And I said, no hard feelings. There's a lot of weird cats in this game who do weird things. I know nothing of Megan. In fact, one time I was at a party before a UFC event, and I think my wife and I hung out with her and no issues. But I don't know. And one time I saw I was blocked. I was like, what? How do you block someone if they weren't following you or tweeting at you in the first place? That's just weird to me. But she's doing a great job, and I wish her the best. But as far as your request is concerned, I don't think it's happening. P.S. Thank you again for the Panini NFTs. We'll be holding them for decades. All right, enjoy. Moxon, fortunately, no question here, but unfortunately, you are my second favorite Ariel in New York. Wow, okay. My long-distance girlfriend is named Ariel. Okay, that's a good excuse. And she's from upstate New York. And as you are reading this, I am meeting her for the first time in Universal Studios in Orlando. Wow, Mazel Tov. I've been going through mental health struggles, and I just want you to know that this show helps me a lot. Thank you to the whole crew for everything every week. Thanks, lad. Wish me luck. Moxon, go get him. Well done. Universal Studios, that's where you're meeting your girlfriend for the first time. Great place. Love Universal Studios. Great memories there. You're going to crush it. Let us know how it went. Remember, be yourself. Have a great time. And thank you for that. Hello. Hey now. Oh, hello's got to be, yes, that's a Gary Delabate reference. Hello. This guy's profile's name is hello. Right now, my personal life is on a 9. Wow, this is amazing. 9. Do you get that reference, Frank?
I really don't.
You know who Gary Delabate is?
No.
Baba Booey?
It's not helping.
Fafa Fohai? Fafa Fui.
Oh, no, still no.
Wow. I always thought you'd be a Howard Stern fan.
It's not that I just didn't follow it as much as you.
That's crazy. Fafa Fohai is a legend. Anyway, who has the best chance of becoming a UFC triple champ before retiring for good? Conor Cejudo or Khamzat? Conor Cejudo. I mean, right now, probably Cejudo, right? Even though I don't think they're going to give him the 45 shot. I've said this before. Dana doesn't like when you leave him high and dry, and he left him high and dry 2 years ago, and then he went on this 2-year kind of weird campaign where, he just didn't play the cards right. And so I'll say once again to Henry, and by the way, you know what? I could say one of the people that reached out, Captain Eric reached out, sent me a very nice note before the zombie fight, and I think we've buried the hatchet once and for all. And that made me feel great. Captain Eric has always been great to me, had the weird thing with the awards, and now we're good. And what I said to him was, ton of respect for you. You're one of the best coaches in the game. Thank you. Thank you for moving past all of this nonsense. Life is too short. Now let's do the same with old Henry, because I'll say it once, I'll say it again, I'll say it a million times. When Henry was taking my cues, he was rubbing elbows with the Bella twins. All right? And then all of a sudden, he listened to the wrong people, and, let's just call it like it is. So, Henry, if you need some help, I'm here to help you. I'll be happy to guide you. I'll be happy to steer this ship back in the right direction, especially now that you're back in the pool and you want to get another crack at a belt. But with the way things are going, and I certainly would have advised you to go the route that you went over the last 2 years, because we all knew you didn't want to retire. You said a lot of things that rubbed them the wrong way. And now you got to have to undo a lot of that bad will. But it's not unfixable. You're a tremendous fighter. You're a legend. You're a 2-division champ. You deserve to be in the UFC. You deserve to be paid. You're one of the greatest fighters in the history of the sport. You have exceeded expectations. Remember when you made it to the UFC 177, I remember I was there. I was talking to Bill McFarland. You didn't make weight. You wanted to quit. And you fought through that. You showed up in Mexico with a gold-plated outfit. You were the messenger. You were the Olympic gold medalist. Let's go back to that guy. Drop the shtick, drop the gimmick, use that experience to get over, to get the fans behind you. But you want the fans to start demanding you fight for the 45 title? We need to get a little clever here. And we need to go back to our roots. We need to go back to the guy who the fans first fell in love with. I can help you if you want. Happy to. It's time. Okay, it's time. Riley, hello, Ariel. No question today. Just wanted to say that you, GC, New York Rick, and Frank have gone into a real groove. The banter between the four of you is the best. Thank you for the great entertainment twice a week. What about that, guys? Frank gets a mention? Thought that was really interesting.
Wow.
GC?
Is that a shot at Frank?
No,
I think it was.
A couple of mentions here under the comment. Melissa says, I love the chemistry between Ariel, New York Rick, GC, and Mysterious Frank. Makes me happy even when I'm sad. The best. Riley says 100%. Matt Moe says, Yoon and Joe need to stop being so shy.
Corporate Alex, too.
Corporate Alex,
Making
too.
a whole party back here.
Riley says, agreed. Look at the little social butterfly Frank has turned into. Would you call yourself a social butterfly, Frank?
No, not at all.
I mean, let's not forget Crypto Joe made his first appearance on the show on Monday, so things are happening.
The look that I just got. Oh, man.
Israel D, good morning from Idaho. Wanted to get your thoughts on whether the fight Khamzat had with Burns over the weekend increased or decreased Khamzat's stock. Of course it increased. Are you kidding me? He showed it all. He showed the full arsenal. He overcame adversity. He lost the second round. He was cut. He was rocked. All the stuff. He won fair and square. He showed some humility afterwards, some personality. It wasn't just smash, smash, smash. It was a win, 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 win. Of course, he didn't want to get rocked. Of course, he didn't want to get cut. But to me, he's a bigger star today than he was a week ago today. He beat one of the best welterweights on the planet. I failed to mention Leon last week because I was thinking of who's like available. But yes, it's Kamaru, it's Colby, it's Leon, it's Gilbert. That's the creme de la creme. And he just beat one of them. So how you could say his stock decreased is beyond me. Hugo, what's up, Ariel? During the weekend, we saw the UFC update with some new graphics. Yes, and new time HUD. Is there anything production-wise you would change or you'd like to see change? Oh my. Well, do the uniforms count? I guess not. Let me see what else he says. I personally would like to see fight announcements updated similar to what WWE does when they announce who's facing who at an event. Thanks for all the great content and shout out to everyone in MMA Fighting, the best damn MMA outlet. Yeah, I mean, they make a whole big to-do about the fights and then they just kind of get announced like womp womp. I mean, they're doing a great job. It's a great show. The little details are great. There was a period there where it was stagnant. And I really do think, going super inside baseball here, Zach Candido at the UFC, former ESPN producer, has risen up the ranks there, has done a great job of bringing innovation and new ideas. They've got a great group of producers now. For a long time, it was a lot of the same old. And I think they've come a long way. Now, there's things you can nitpick, theme song, this, that. But overall, we have to admit, like, the production is pretty damn great. It's pretty damn top-notch. Yeah, sure. Do the promos for, DC's new show get under my skin? Of course they do. Does the fact that I never get a tweet on the screen bother me? Of course it does. But if we're being honest with ourselves, the production is pretty damn amazing. Zach, Ariel, any hope for a fight night in Atlantic City or Newark this year? Haven't heard. Doesn't mean it won't happen. Would be great, but haven't heard. With UFC now looking, they're starting to get out there though. Reported yesterday they're going to go to Austin for a fight night in June. With UFC now looking at other opponents for Dustin, does that mean Nate versus Conor is pretty much the next thing? No, it does not. No. Also, maybe the winner of Tony versus Chandler faces Dustin. Sure, but I don't think Dustin wants to wait that long. I think Dustin's ready to go. Trey 5, what's up, Ariel? Any update on Sean O'Malley's next fight? And what are your NBA Eastern and Western Conference Finals predictions? Also, who's GC's NBA champion? GC, you got a champ?
The Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, you think they're going to run the table, huh?
Brooklyn Nets backup.
Really interesting. What is this? How do I get rid of this thing? What
problem?
Well, I'm trying to look at the bracket here, and it's like this pop-up thing. It's really annoying. It's like, hey, NBA.com, can you not put this in front of the screen? I think the Phoenix Suns are going to win the NBA championship, and I'm pulling for them. I want them to win because my good friend Shaheen Al-Shadi, he has been a long-suffering fan, and I think it would be great. Chris Paul finally gets his. Devin Booker gets his. Monty Williams, former Knick, gets his. And they were oh so close last year. Monty Williams, one of the, salt of the earth human beings in the NBA. I think it would be fantastic. It would be a great story. That franchise deserves it. Those fans deserve it. Also, a longtime friend of mine back in the high school days, John Leitner, who just celebrated his birthday, was the first Phoenix Suns fan that I ever met when we were very young. 93, Barkley, Bulls, you remember all that. So I'd like to see them win. I think it's Phoenix against, Memphis could really go on a run here. Maybe Golden State, but is Curry going to be available? I think Phoenix makes it to the finals. I think Phoenix versus Toronto would be sick, but I don't think it's going to happen that way. I'm going to go with Phoenix versus Milwaukee again. Miami could go on a run, but I think Milwaukee. I think Phoenix beats the Clippers. I think New Orleans beats San Antonio tonight. I think New Orleans loses to the Clippers. Clippers get the 8th seed. Phoenix beats the Clippers. I think Dallas beats Utah. I think Golden State beats Denver. I think Memphis beats Minnesota. I think Brooklyn beats the Celtics. I think Milwaukee beats Chicago. I think the Raptors beat the Sixers. And I think the Heat beat the Hawks in the first round. Sorry, New York. Nothing on Sean O'Malley yet. Brandon Colby, good afternoon, Helwani. After this weekend, I'm more certain than ever that MMA should move away from the 10-9 must scoring system. I agree. But what do you got? 0.5s? What do you got? How likely do you think it is that the system changes, and what would be your preferred scoring system? See, that's the thing. I don't think it changes, and I don't have a better thing right now. The 0.5 maybe could get it a little more closer to where we want it to be, but it's a box. I'm not smart enough to think of a new scoring system. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix the Hall of Fame issue. I'm trying to fix the open scoring issue. I'm trying to fix fighter pay issue. I can't take it all upon my shoulders, all right? By the way, I asked you about Corey Anderson a week ago, and you said he wouldn't get gold. Now he's your upset pick of the week. Did I say that? I said I'm thinking about it, all right? I didn't know he was the underdog. Shout out, Brandon. Olajuwon, over 100 comments. Yes. Good afternoon. Quick question. Some rumblings from Cesar Gracie's Instagram about Nick Diaz returning before end of 2022. I don't know. Would Matt Brown make sense? Sure. But take it with a grain of salt, I would say. Hey, Ariel, after Monday's episode with Brian Stan, it got me wondering, when the UFC does a stadium kind of show, do they actually have to hire the venue and pay? Will you rent it out? Or do the venues just host for free and make their money? No, you got to pay for that. You have to pay for that, for sure. What's happening, Ariel? We talk about fighter pay being too low. I agree. Just like I agree with the millions and and millions that GC, interesting from Liam, is not getting paid enough. That man is a Swiss Army knife. Man, I love the whole crew you have helping out on the show. Shout out to them and yourself for being the highlight of most people's weeks twice a week. How about that, GC?
Yeah. How about it?
Is this you? You trying to tell? Is this you pulling a AJ McKee? That was. Would you say that since you joined the team, that was your moment in the sun on Monday? I mean, you took the ball and ran with that one. You made it happen.
It was definitely one of those shows afterward. It was like you're kind of on like a little bit of a high.
Yeah.
You got the energy going. Yeah, Monday was a good one.
You also made an appearance, like in the studio.
Yeah.
That
shot. I think that's the first one.
Yeah.
Couldn't get a seat, though. I had to hop down on a knee.
Yeah, but you were almost at my height, on a knee. How tall are you? 6'2", 3"?
6'1", 6'2" on a good day.
Okay. Lior, hey, Ariel, do you think that the UFC miss on a lot of star-making moments by using the Apex? I mean, sure. They're also saving a hell of a lot of money, and I'm sure they don't mind about that. Oh, he says, yeah, sure, they save a lot of money, but in the long term, is that financial mistake? No, because then they'll have the pay-per-views. As a promoter and businessman, why Dana White says that Yan won the fight, even if you think, because he just says stuff. And on the one hand, you have to applaud the honesty. If you really did believe that, doesn't make, that's why I'd even ask Sterling about it, because who cares? Honestly, who cares? We put too much stock into that crap. Who cares? Hi, Ariel. My journalism professors are always telling us to find undeserved beats to cover, to report in a unique way to stand out from the crowd. This got me thinking, what kind of reporting do you think is missing or unsatisfactory on the MMA beat? What type of MMA coverage is oversaturated in your opinion? The Connor Burks of eating fruit for dessert, Eric. What? So is he saying that he's the best at eating fruit for dessert? I don't even understand that reference.
Read it one more time.
The Connor Burks of eating fruit for dessert, comma, Eric. Like, that's how he signed off. Like, instead of saying, like, yours truly, his sign-off was the Connor Burks of eating fruit for dessert. What does that mean? The best?
Selfishly, I want to say yes. But
and the best at eating fruit for dessert? Like, why is that even a thing that you could be the best at?
It sounds like instead of going for cake, he goes for fruit.
All right, respect. Although I've always been told, and I've seen it happen, if you have fruit after your meal, it sits at the top, you get very gassy, bloated. I mean, it's not a good scene. That's just my experience. As far as things that are not being covered, underreported, the issue is there's too many events, so you got to go week to week to week. Like, only on Wednesday, they were like, oh, there's a great Bellator event in 2 days. Oh, there's a UFC event, Muhammad Luque. Oh, like, how many people remember that even PFL was happening in a week? So if you get on that train, it's hard to look at the rest of the forest. But I would say if you can find a lane, like betting right now is a big thing, right? So there's a lot of great people doing that, those breakdowns and whatnot. I mean, look at the rise to prominence of 1GC. I mean, he just kind of came in there and freaking became one of the hottest commodities in the sport because he had a lane, he had a thing. And so I think that there's a lot of people who are just doing, some people will send me stuff like, Lo, look at what I'm doing, can you look? And it's just like the same old, same old. When I came up, interviews was my thing. I've referenced Mike Bond and his stats and his factoids as being his thing. I think that helped him a lot. Chuck was a great writer, is a great writer. That was his thing. Shaheen, great profiler, his thing. Ramundi was great with the nuts and bolts stuff, the commission stuff. I could name every single person who's successful right now. Brazilian Beast. You got, like everyone had their thing, and you have to find your thing that makes you stick out. And so look around, gambling is a big thing. But I would say like the investigative stuff, a lot of people don't get a lot of time to sink their teeth into it. There's some guys like Kareem Zidane out there who does a great job of looking at sort of the underbelly of the sport, particularly focused on one area though. But if there's anyone out there who could do a little more of the investigative stuff from afar, perhaps that could be appreciated, but ultimately it's like that treadmill keeps going and it's hard to jump off and look at other stuff. Carmine, in my opinion, I think Jason Herzog is now the best. By the way, and you have to be great at social media these days, in my opinion. Like, you have to be a jack of all trades and be good at other things, producing content. It's no longer 10 years ago where you're just good at one thing. No Instagram, no Twitter, no TikTok, no YouTube. Very, very important, in my opinion. Know how to edit. In my opinion, this guy's saying, Carmine, Jason Herzog is the best referee in MMA. It seems Herb is the most popular, but I feel like he has made many mistakes over the past year. But yes, what about that stoppage in the main event this past weekend? Tremendous. Herzog is up there. Goddard is up there. Actually heard from Yves Levine recently. He's up there. Oh, he's an OG of the game. It has nothing to do with this conversation, but I just heard from him yesterday randomly. Herzog, Goddard. I still think Herb is okay. He's had some moments here and there. I feel like I'm forgetting an obvious one, but those guys are up there. All right, what's going on at heavyweight? It's been 3 months since Francis fought. He did have surgery, and Dana said they would probably do an interim belt because of how long he'd be out. Yet there's nothing happening. I mean, let's see what happens this summer. There's a lot of events to book. There's 2 in July, 1 in August. I think we'll get some answers. Ilan, hola Ariel, que onda gue? I don't know what that means. May or may not be trying to hit you with the hot tag here. Oh. But Dana came damn near close to confirming over the weekend that Nathan versus Dustin probably isn't going to happen. I know he's one of the nice guys and the UFC makes the fight that the people want, but issues like this persist. Is there anything that could realistically make the UFC change their business practices in the near future? No. As much as I would like to be optimistic, it's not like the fighters or managers are banding together anytime soon. They aren't. Is the Ali Act the best bet? No. If not, what might be? The Helwani Act. More guys knowing their worth, knowing their leverage, fighting out. But this, you guys don't understand. As I said to you a couple weeks ago, the UFC is such a behemoth. They are making so much money. They're so successful financially right now that it's not just going to be one guy who stands up to change. Like, it's going to have to be a seismic shift. It's not going to be this fight or this contract or this negotiation. It's going to have to be a whole other thing. And that thing is nowhere near in sight. It is not changing anytime soon. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I could talk about it till I'm blue, and we could have small victories for the fighters here and there, but nothing is changing anytime soon. The quicker everyone accepts this, the better. Now, I'm not saying it shouldn't change, and I'm not saying the goal shouldn't be for change, but there's nothing happening right now. Me sitting here won't change it. Actual things need to be done. People need to take risks. People need to take chances. People need to speak up. People need to band together. People need to actually want change. I don't see that want. I don't see that desire right now. That's part of the problem. If you could bring back one species from extinction, which would it be? The dodo bird. Hello, Ariel. Recently at the post-fight press conference, Dana got asked about having a card in Australia. Dana seems to think that Australia is still in lockdown. I can vouch, since I'm from Australia, and say there are no longer mandated. My takeaway, there was like 500,000 people at the F1 this past weekend. There's George Kambosos coming up in June. Usually when he says that type of stuff, it's negotiation, venue, city, etc. But he's still like, Dana sometimes talks about, as soon as this country opens up, we'll go here and there. I don't know if you watch the NBA or the NHL or Major League Baseball. Everything's open. Every arena is full. It almost feels like this weird justification for the MMA fans who don't follow the stick and ball sports to be like, that's why they only go to Florida and Texas or Singapore or Abu Dhabi. Those two are very interesting because kind of a tourism thing where I bet they're getting paid to go to Singapore as well, like they get paid to go to Abu Dhabi. It's great financial. It's very, very smart. They are exceptional businessmen. But can we stop talking about how this place is on lockdown and this place is, closed up and we need to do the things here? And they're like, no, it's not. No one is being stopped by doing anything at this point. Now, hopefully we stay that way because we all know, numbers going up, all that stuff. But yeah, there's no reason why they can't go to any of these places anymore. So Australia, one of them. Canada, another. I enjoyed your appearances last year on the Dan Le Batard show with Stu Gatz after Independent Helwani was born. Are there certain shows you like to be a guest on more than others? Do shows ask you to be a guest directly or do they go through representatives? Yeah, of course, there are certain interviews, certain shows that you get excited about because you know that you'll have a good time and that they won't ask you the same old. That's one of them. Love going on with Rich Eisen, with Simmons, obviously my old friend Patrick. There's definitely ones that are a lot of fun. I know they just go through me. Toronto Sports Radio is always good. Fan 590, I enjoy those. Particularly my guy JD Bunkus, he's great in the mornings. He really knows MMA, so those are a lot of fun. I used to do a lot of interviews like on the ESPN radio shows when I was at ESPN. Some of those weren't a lot of fun because you could tell no one knew anything about MMA, and they were asking you stuff that they read off a piece of paper, and it was just like, meh, not very fun.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to say it, but like, it's like, come on. Can we like care a little bit? There was one show in particular, by the way, where they would always try to like hit me with a gotcha question. And at one point I was just like, I'm not the one making these decisions. And if you knew anything, I'm the one usually criticizing these decisions. So can you cool it on the sanctimony here? I don't know if you can guess what the show is that I'm talking about, but there was one that was really annoying. The AJ McKee interview was an instant classic. Thank you. You continue to kill it with the MMA. You are a true legend in your field. Wow. A distant second, in my opinion, is John Morgan. Considering he's a competitor, are you prohibited from inviting him on your show? No. I would love to hear the two greatest MMA journalists shooting the shit about the world of MMA. I mean, there's a ton of people. I try to be super selective with the guests and try to get the big, I don't know. There's no real reason for it. But if I'm going to have any media guys, like Casey obviously had a really interesting thing, but if I had any media guy on the show, it's going to be most likely an MMA fighting guy on this particular show. I'll keep it short today. What's your thoughts on Kamaru Usman's return? If everything works out good, do you think we might see a huge pay-per-view in England against Edwards? No. I don't see it happening. Blackjack, are you hitting or staying on 16? Isn't it poor form to hit? Right? GC, aren't you the guy? Isn't it poor form?
No, I'm not really a blackjack guy.
Frank?
No.
Crypto Joe?
He's just shaking his head no.
Yeah.
None of you play blackjack? I think it's
I
poor.
have, but I'm not good at it.
I think I've been told it's poor form. Amy, I've had a head cold at the same time as you last week, and I've been emphasizing as you keep up with the grind. What do you take when you have a cold, if anything? Hot tip, Zcam was amazing this time. Could be all in my head, but I feel like it did shorten my cold. I took a little NyQuil. I took a little Dayquil. I took those vitamin C pack thingies. That felt good. Tea, hot water with lemon and honey, good. Those work. Oh, we got some answers here on the blackjack front. Shaheen says, it's a hard and fast rule that you have to have either hit on every 16 or stay. So you got to be consistent. You either hit or stay. Now, New York Rick says, it depends on what the dealer is showing. This is a dumb question. Wow, okay. Excuse me for a living. Consistency is key, he says. Shaheen. See, that's a normal response. Why does New York Rick have to rip the question? Everyone has their own preference. Who's your favorite boxer of all time? Keep up the great work. My friends and I watch every single show of yours. Could you give a shout out and congrats to my friend Garrett and Brooklyn's engagement? Mazel tov, Garrett and Brooklyn. Favorite boxer of all time, the late, great Arturo Gatti. May he rest in peace. There's been a lot of them. Roy Jones, Otis Grant, Mike Tyson, of course, growing up. Everyone loved him. Ali, shout out. Big George when he came back. By George, he did it. But Arturo was my favorite. Oh, Amy, don't let the YouTube haters or Frank Mysterio tell you any different. You had great authentic energy during Cooking with Vol. Keep it up. Great job to all in that segment. Wow, you said I had weird energy, Frank, in that one?
They weren't supposed to tell you that. No one ever said anything like that.
That's weird. Amy, also, why haven't we seen Tisha Torres on your show? I don't know. Again, it's just, there's a lot of people. Blessings, Ariel. It's your old friend from Fresno, California, B. Tizzle. First off, thanks for taking my calls when you did your radio show. Still waiting for the UFC fights to come to Touch Palace. Oh, yeah, what about that one? Oh, we're going to come there. Are they coming? Also, when are they going to make it up to the Calgary fans? I've been watching all of the past tough seasons in my spare time, reliving my teen years. Currently, I'm on tough 4. Wow, you must have a lot of free time, B-Tizzle. How many times has this happened in the UFC? I skipped over this. Means a lot of writing here. It happened during the highlight. Quit with kicks. Spratt turns it. He loses to Noonan, Pete Spratt. Then he makes a young Lawler quit with leg kicks. Offered the title shot against Hughes. Turns it down. Isn't offered to fight for 2 years. Wow. Pete Spratt, legend. Houston. Being the prolific MMA historian that you are, could you name some other fighters off the top of your head that turned down title fights and were essentially shut out? I can't think of one. I can think of ones that were promised title shots and didn't come to fruition. I can think of some that had title shots, got injured, didn't come to fruition. Joe Riggs, TJ Grant, but that, Salam alaikum, Ariel. With everything going on in the world, cheers from Dubai. Oh, this is the one who's a fan of Frank. Russia like the nose. This is definitely Frank's burner. With everything going on in the world, we have to have some clarity on ourselves and how we come off to the world. Would you ever expect UFC to encourage Colby or Masvidal to squash and do a public apology? No. Do you think it's important for the brand and sport to showcase this type of sportsmanship? They don't care. There's fights that have men and women literally commend each other. Yeah, they don't care. I bring this up because I've been down and admitting defeat in my worst moments. I want to take this opportunity on your platform to say sorry and just own up to my mistakes and work on being a better human being for those around me. Wow, you encouraged me to do that, so thank you. Chazak, shout out to my person. Also, hey Frank, lots of love, Russia. Incredible. Joe asks about the event ending too late. Yeah, that one went way too long on Saturday. They dabbled with the 9 p.m. starts, but they went back to 10 p.m. shortly thereafter. Ni hao, Citizen Helwani, I have a song recommendation for you. It's called Orchard Park by Aaron West and the Roaring Twenties. Aaron West is an alter ego and side project of Dan Campbell, the vocalist for the Philadelphia pop punk band The Wonder Years. Wow. Campbell's also a huge pro wrestling fan. This sounds like this guy's from Orchard Park, Wonder Years, pro wrestling fan. The song's from 2017. It's about Aaron and his mom driving up to Orchard Park to spread his father's ashes since he always watched the Buffalo Bills games with him. As a huge Bills fan yourself, I thought you'd appreciate the song. Would love to know what you think about it. Wow. I will check that out. Thank you, Danny. A. Feldman. What's going on, Ariel? I see a lot of people saying that there was nothing to gain for Gilbert to take on Khamzat. No, that's silly. Gilbert's stock went up as well. It was a huge move on his part. He wasn't getting a title shot. He's now super popular. It was very smart. Robert, appreciate all you do as a journalist. Any plans to have a bunch of one championship guys on your show? Sure. The grappling people. Yeah, listen, you want me to go 5 days a week? Talk to the crew. Hello, Mr. Ariel from Nolan. Is there any other special talents you know of that certain combat sports athletes possess? Just in the past week, we learned that Volk can cook and Rose is great on the piano. Both on this show, by the way. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, also, happy National Peach Cobbler Day from my family to yours. What are your doubts with the WFL? The structure, the pay stuff that they're talking about, haven't heard much from them, the teams, we saw that with the IFL. I thought you'd be supporting this a lot harder. Supporting what? What do you want me to support? Let's see. I'm not poo-pooing, but I'm not saying that I think this is going to be some revolutionized, thing, or a revolutionary thing, I should say, that's going to change the sport as we know it. I don't buy that right now. Nick, yo, Ariel, Rocky voice. Yo, it seems to me that most of MMA media think Colby is a tougher fight for Khamzat than Burns was. Sure, Colby's higher than him. I do think that's a tougher fight. Dear Ariel, hello from sunny Los Angeles. Longtime listener here and deeply appreciate your contributions to the sport. As someone who has such a deep understanding of MMA, I'd love to know your thoughts on what the bottlenecks preventing MMA from becoming the biggest sport in the world. I mean, it's still cage fighting at the end of the day. There's always going to be a sector of society that just doesn't like the idea of two men or women punching each other in a cage. It's never going to be more popular than soccer. It's never going to be more popular than the NBA or NFL. And guess what? That's okay. It's still pretty damn popular and lucrative. The days of us worrying about, the sport being mainstream, or I think those days are over. Unless something totally catastrophic happens, which it could, but not right now. Mike, hello from the best borough, Queens. Let's go Mets. First time writing in, but longtime fan. Appreciate all your hard work. 2 questions. First, are you, GC, or Frank planning to attend Taylor Serrano at MSG? Yes, we all are attending. I believe, is everyone attending?
Eunice too.
Wow. Second, my understanding is that Chimaev was fasting the week before the Burns fight, including on fight day due to Ramadan. Is that accurate? I asked this team if it would be an issue. They said no. They didn't specify whether he was fasting or not. But when the fight was being rumored, I asked them, it's an incredible thing. Bilal Muhammad is going through that this weekend. I know that for a fact. Incredible. A lot was made of Hakeem Olajuwon back in the day and Enes Kanter playing, which is insane as well. These guys are fighting. Insane. Now, it's nighttime at least, so I believe when it's sundown they can drink, but still, not easy. We know you're a big fan of SBs. I'm curious what's on the feet. Same ones. I usually wear the same ones because you can't see my feet anyway. So I think I've shown these before, right? These are pretty... Also, what size are you? Oh, I'd like to gift you a pair. I'm 12. Thanks for asking, Jose. Favorite segment of the week, 2 questions. Can you see a world where Logan and Jake end up as a tag team in WWE? Maybe for a one-off here or there, but not full-time. GC, please tell us that you don't ask for ranch dressing while you're eating at a pizzeria and only do that in the comfort of your own home.
I ask, and since I moved up here, I've been denied many times.
Wow.
Never get denied in Georgia.
It's a thing in Georgia?
I feel like it's a pretty big thing nationwide. It's just frowned upon in the Northeast.
Interesting. I never heard of such a thing. Enel Ariel, Nigerian greeting. Enel, no question today, but 2 quick points. No disrespect to Max, but Triple C versus Alex the Great is the only fight I want to see for Volk next. I'm down. Why is Jones still in the pound for pound list while Cejudo isn't? That's a great question. That is a great question. Oh, P.S. Thank you, Ariel, for being the only one in MMA media who is saying Izzy's name the right way. Adesanya. Okay, a couple more here. Howdy, Ariel. If Oliveira beats Gaethje, would it be possible for Oliveira to drop to 45? No, I don't want to see that happen. If anything, have Volk go up to 55. Why is Bellator so bad at marketing? You'd have to ask them. It's tough out there. Harold, do you think the interim heavyweight title fight will be the headliner for International Fight Week? No. Bellator has a pretty awesome card happening this weekend with 2 title fights. How do you feel they do with their card headliners in general? I feel with as many champs as they have, and as few shows that they have, they could have a big belt. Yeah. Strikeforce did a great job. It's one of those crazy things. Why did Strikeforce have the buzz that they had, and Bellator can't seem to recreate that? Is it the name? Is it the brand? I don't know. It's a weird thing. Strikeforce had this love, and they were viewed as the little engine that could. And one theory that I have is Bellator got off on the wrong foot with the fans, and people didn't like Bjorn, and they didn't like the tournament, they didn't like the format. People haven't fallen in love. No one's trying to will Bellator to the top like they are with Strikeforce or were with Strikeforce or like they are with AEW and pro wrestling. And I think that a strong consideration should have been made when Coker took over to change the name, to change the brand, to change the logo. Too late now. And he couldn't do Strikeforce because that's owned by Zuffa. But maybe they just needed, in retrospect, a fresh coat of paint. Because for whatever reason, that name, that the whole brand just hasn't clicked. It's a weird thing. They've got great fighters, great fights. It just hasn't clicked. I definitely pay to see GCKOTST. Wow. How about that?
First round.
Wow, look at this one. Sweaty Spaghetti. Another week, another terrible New York Rick hot take. This man knows no limits when it comes to hipster points of view. Surely he can't truly believe that the first round of Aljo was a 10-10. Now that I have that off my chest, my question is, if you had to send your kids away to live with one UFC fighter past or present for a whole year, which fighter would you entrust with the responsibility of raising the mini Helwanis? How about Brian Stan? I'll go with Mr. Stan. Bonus points if you pick someone other than DC. There you have it. Demetrius, although he's going to get them into like the bike racing stuff, and I don't know if I can handle that. If Dana were to switch promotions to Bellator, only using their fighters and their resources, do you think he could bring it to the top? I think a lot of people would follow him, but it'll be a lot of work. The UFC brand is bigger than Dana at this point. It's bigger than anyone. They've got a massive, massive, massive head start. Skill-wise, which gap is closer? Usman and Colby, Volk and Holloway. Volk and Holloway. Question for GC from the Great White North. You find yourself in a bank waiting in line at the teller. All of a sudden, criminals barge into the bank and attempt a robbery. Assuming there's no way to fight your way out, which UFC fighter would you want besides you to help you calm down and calm the bank robbers down and de-escalate the situation?
Oh, man. Why are these always given to me and not
I don't
you?
know.
I mean, these are tough on the spot. Give me like 30 seconds and I'll think on it.
By the way, one person here, but you can't use it, says Rose. Clearly, you are a Jim Carrey fan, at least somewhat. I'm curious to your take on Tom Green. This is the Tom Green Show. It's not the Green Tom Show. This is my favorite show because it is my show. It's a Tom Green Show. Yeah, he was amazing. Remember that one time where he had testicle surgery and they aired it on TV? Frank, you have to be a Tom Green fan.
I was just talking about this the other day. Yeah, so that happened. What about it?
It was crazy. Were you a fan of
his?
his?
It was crazy. I feel like I tolerated him and thought he was going to be around forever. And I think that's what I brought up the other day. It's like, where is he now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Bigger Pauly Shore fan myself.
Oh, you know what we just watched? Encino Man.
Such a great film.
Such a great film.
Put it up there with Titanic, Schindler's List. You know, one of the greats.
How quickly do we see Alexander the Great in the octagon? I'd say by the fall. Sean O'Malley versus Petr Yan by the end of the year? No. Why aren't 5-round fights more common on the undercard? No, not on the undercard. Stop it. I don't even like these like third to last fights on the cards being fought. Enough. Too much. By the way, pay them more if you want to do that. Any update on when we see Usman back? Hopefully by the summer. I mean, Elizabeth wrote a McGilly here. I love you, Elizabeth, but this is way too long. Never heard you speak on the matter before, but I want to hear your take on it. Do you believe that the WWE should completely eradicate Chris Benoit from the history books due to the grisly acts he committed, or do you think his accomplishments should still be recognized on the broadcast, but he himself should simply not get any praise? Tough one. It's a tough one. I remember when I found out about that, Kurt Angle called me, and the news hadn't even been out yet. Kurt and I were like buddies, and I was doing some work with him. This before I was an MMA journalist, and he told me about it, and it was shocking. I think you can acknowledge his athletic prowess, but I'm also not offended by how they've handled it as well. Shalom, Ariel. What are the Helwanis doing for Passover? I love Passover. It's one of my favorite holidays. It reminds me of a lot of great times. I hope that we'll be able to go to Montreal. Do we have any Passover traditions? We do the Seders, and, you know, I just love it because it's a great time of the year with the weather and the sports and the year winding down in terms of school. So as a kid, it was fun. There was only 2 months left. I love the Seders. I love the food. I don't mind the matzah. I love matzah ball soup. All right, just a couple more. I'm curious to know if your wife tries to get you to eat new and different foods, and if she does, how she felt about you trying new foods at work and not with her, if she has tried to get you to expand out of your comfort zone. My wife is very health conscious, so she's always trying to get me to eat vegetables and avocados and salads and things of that nature. So yes. But like me, she does have a sweet tooth. Reports of the UFC heading back to the UK this July. Liverpool being thrown around. Yes, perhaps Mohamed Mokaev on that card. Any idea who they'd put in the main event? I would put Aspinall versus Tai Tuivasa. Jason doesn't like the top likes being moved to the top. And I'm not skipping. I think I've answered almost every single one of these. I will read one last one here. Ariel, I enjoyed Bisping's book, Quitters Never Win, which led me to GSP's book, which I also enjoyed. How come so few fighters have autobiographies? When I think of your E60 piece on DC, seems like his life would be perfect for an autobiography. I agree. And I think there might be something to that. Stay tuned. Have you ever thought of starting your own imprint and getting more fighters to write their life story? I mean, sure, but I can't do it. I barely have time to do anything. You think you want me to start writing books too? I mean, fix the scoring, fix the fighter pay, fix the Hall of Fame, get fighters. I mean,
is that the title of the book?
What? What more do you want from my life?
No, like fix the fighter pay, fix open scoring.
What more do you want from me by Ariel Helwani? I mean, I've quite literally, devoted my whole life to serving you, the MMA fan. What more do you want? That's all I say. What more do you want? But no, it is true. You remember wrestling books? There were a ton of great ones in the late 90s, early 2000s. And for whatever reason, there haven't been a ton of great MMA books. Bisping's is great. Faber had a great one. But yeah, I mean, now with the sport becoming more popular, a DC one would be great. A John Jones one would be great. I mean, I feel like there's a ton that would be. Rose would be great. Yeah. So we'll see. All right. Them's the questions. Thank you to everyone who wrote in. Thank you to everyone who sent in a question. I got to the vast majority of them, so I hope that you are all very content. I want to remind everyone that we're off Monday, Wednesday next week, so please don't be too down, but we'll come back in a very big way the following week because that's Taylor Serrano week here in New York City, and let me tell you something, it's going to be buzzing as the Big Apple is host to the first ever all-female main event boxing MSG. Now, I recognize that saying all-female main event would be weird because it's never going to be a man against a female, but you get the point. It's a big deal. Anyway, Frank, you hear my music. We're out of time. We got to go. I got a text here from my son at 2:29, so almost 3 hours ago. Hi, this is Oliver. When will you be back home? This is from my wife's account. Claire, your daughter, my daughter. He didn't write your daughter, but made a bracelet for you, and she was crying because she wanted to give it to you. I mean, come on. I've had to think about this text for the last 3 hours. I had to think about that text. Claire made a bracelet for you, and she was crying because she wanted to give it to you. You see, you want me to go to Las Vegas to announce a draft pick when I get text messages like this?
Be the perfect gift for them.
No. You'll never understand until you have kids.
The bracelet will be waiting for you.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Because guess what? One day they're going to be 22 and...
they'll say, Dad, why did you not announce the Bills' second-round draft?
No, they'll say...
I told you to
go. How could you miss my 10th birthday? No, you know what they'll say? Dad, don't talk to me. Get out of my life.
You missed my 10th birthday.
Yeah. Dad, I'm going to the Sum 51 concert, and I don't want you in my life.
Sum 51? Is that what you...
Yeah, well, I'm assuming like by then there'll be another group, and By the way, shout out to Mike Malott for coming out to Sum 51 or 41. Sorry. All right, we're out of time. Thank you to Mike Malott. Thank you to Peter Murray, Olivier Aubin-Mercier. Thank you to AJ McKee. Thank you to Aljamain Sterling. Thank you to Cub Swanson. Thanks to the crew in the bag. Thanks to all of you. Enjoy your break. Back in 2 weeks, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.